And you're all having your little digs at Kaylee, aren't you? And don't get me wrong, we've all had a little dig at Kaylee, unfortunately. Sorry, Kaylee. It is true. Everyone's had a row with you. Until they actually understand what she's fucking saying. It took me a while with Kaylee. Took me a while, I'm not going to lie. But that's probably because of the duress that you cunts all put her under. That's right, the propagandists. Because they'd started on her a good fucking couple of years before they started on any of us. You see, A1000, because A1000 was over there on her own, it was a lot easier for me to decipher that she had something that she wanted to get out, that something had happened and that she needed to get it out. I could understand it with A1000. I could take my time, just listen, because there wasn't that much interference. But you see, with Kaylee, there was so much interference around her, wasn't there? You bastards. Should be ashamed of yourself what you did to that woman as well. Another woman you wanted to destroy, didn't you? You propagandists. Meanwhile, you got all the little hangers on, and you, isn't it funny? Isn't it funny, eh? Let's pick on another woman. Just don't pick on me, because I know that I'm ugly. Fucking cunt. Bag of cunts, that's what you are. You don't care about kids. You don't care about women. You don't even care about yourself. You've got no self-respect, none of you. You've got no standards. And then you want to try and have the cheek to tell me that I can't maintain mine. Well, I can. And I will. So, Dave, you fat lump, you piece of shit. Yeah? And I don't care how much weight you've lost. We'll all remember you as the drunken, fucking, alcoholic cunt that came on here and was abusive to everybody. And the one person that reached out a hand to you, Dave, was me. That's right, Dave. And you're never, ever going to be able to rewrite that piece of history. So whatever it is that you think of me, whatever it is that you thought I did to you, by suggesting, why don't we go and get some cartoons and edit? Whatever the fucking poxy excuse is, I don't give a shit, mate. Really don't. Enjoy your fuck up. Sitting with the wrong uns. The minions that assist that propagationist group. Enjoy it. Because I don't know how many times Katie's going to try and explain it to you. Or Den's going to try and explain it to you. Because they have tried. I've sat and watched as they've tried to explain to you what's going on. But you just don't get it, do you? Because you're just too fucking dim. Fox, sometimes you can be so annoying, and sometimes you can be so fucking to the point. You know, trying to stir up trouble for me, Dave, when all you've done is stirred up trouble for yourself consistently, persistently, since you have been on these panels.
What do you reckon I should do then? Drop her a line or just pop round with a decent packet of biscuits?
Also make shoes of the skin of a baby's skin. They've got a special tool and
We'll spit it out.
which is in the skin and like in the baby's skin, and then they pull it off. And then they put it in there, stick it, because the blood is kind of sticky. And then they make the shoes, the sole and the flip-flops. They stick on the flip-flop. They've got flip-flops and
So now you're incompetent as well as
so,
I.
the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this big, it got a big star on it with baby skin, but it's not like
This man who you're great mate with, me, I'm his daughter. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a murderer.
Yes, it's skin.
Okay, well, so it's
A big black
same old Peggy, ain't it? Everyone else's fault.
You invited him in for coffee.
Who are these twins?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the twins?
Because I
Same old
know
Peggy,
because
ain't
she comes in, they do sex with her. Mostly.
Who's they? Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher or specific?
Same old
No,
Peggy,
every
ain't it?
single-
No one
the whole
cares what you think.
The whole school, and we've got our own church too. Because they do because after as I said, we kill babies, we drink their blood, we eat them. But then after
Same old Peggy, ain't it?
the social services who are in it,
Yeah.
they go to families or
We'll spit it out.
Between you and me and the gatepost, she's quite keen on him, but you know her, she won't let on.
I feel like a film star. I'd like to see that film.
Are you gonna let me put out my fat whether you like it or not?
I come back to speak to Jukes, but if he still wants to carry on, carry on.
You speak to Jukes, I don't want to talk to you, you're a faggot.
Right, so what I wanted to say is if you're serious at any point about going to the police about the harassment that you're getting on the phone calls, I will join that claim and I will phone my own force at the same time, because I have also had phone calls that have been uploaded, and there's several other people on this panel who may want to join as well. Whether I agree with you on some of your ideals or opinions, that's one thing, but going into the private world, into the real world, and doing the harassment that's being done, I don't agree with it. So,
Okay, thank you for that. I haven't decided, to be honest with you, Jukes, because every time I've just thought about it, I thought, she ain't worth it. Every time I thought, she ain't worth it. She's got nothing. It'll make her life even worse. But it is going to come to a stage where eventually I'm going to go, fuck it, do it. It will come to that stage, so I will keep that in mind.
yeah, please keep it in mind, because it's all right. There's people like us that are strong enough to overlook it, but there's other people that are not strong enough, and we won't be the last.
Yeah, if this has happened to, I'm not going to say, if it's happened to weaker people, let's put it that way, right? Not been on the internet long. If this has happened to them, they'd be alarmed and distressed. They would be in fear of the police knock on their door. You know what I mean? I'm not, because I know she's talking shit.
Well, she is calling alarm and distress all over the place. Whether it's not about whether you're alarmed, Danny. This is what a lot of people don't know. It's about her intent, and her intent is to cause alarm and distress.
And which she's done for years over me, AJ, and others.
Yeah, but you fucking know nothing about it apart from entice her, antagonize her. Let's not forget what the antagonizer.
I'll be honest with you, Esau, I'm not going to even call her.
Let me just be honest, right? I don't know the full ins and outs of it. Jason's never done nothing to me. I've not actually seen him do anything dodgy. I do think that if he had free reign of Kaylee's stuff and put stuff out, that's disgusting. But I haven't actually seen evidence of that yet. But I will say that if there is evidence, that's disgusting. She should go
Same
to
old
police.
Peggy, innit? Everyone else's fault.
But I will say that if there is evidence that's disgusting, she should go to the police.
You invited him in for coffee.
Same old Peggy, innit?
But I will say that if there is evidence that's disgusting,
Same
she
old
should go
Peggy,
to the
innit?
police.
No one cares what you think.
But I will say that if there is evidence that's disgusting, she should go to the police.
Same old Peggy, innit?
We'll spit it out.
Yeah.
I think where you're concerned is that I don't know. It's like when you come to things like that, I would just say I don't think that's true. I wouldn't think that of Jason.
I've not seen evidence of that. That's the allegation. If that's true, I think that's out of order.
I feel like a film star. I'd like to see that film.
Fighting battles. I don't know. I won't do it myself because it sounds a bit like energy consuming.
I'm done with this. And yeah, I put the video up. I did. You know I did. And that's why I was fucking pissed off with you.
Well, basically, you know Umbrella
When
and
you've
that
done that,
fucking stupid
empty the bins and clean out the sink.
Bitch, every song, all you fucking do is bitch. All that ice on your...
So yeah, I was fucking pissed off. You know, I admit. You know, and I thought, you know what? I've had enough of this.
It's £4.50 you made, mate. Coffee.
Well, basically, you know Umbrella and that fucking stupid Den Kerrigan.
Bitch, every song, all you fucking do is bitch. All that ice on your watch must be cutting the beers.
I'm done with this. And yeah, I put the video up. I did. You know I did. And that's why I was fucking pissed off with you.
We'll spit it out.
Well, basically, you know Umbrella and that fucking stupid Den Kerrigan.
666 on that tip. If you listen, we don't click. I got higher than your bitch. I'm a viper in the pit. Is this all it is? Yes, that's really all it is. From the cradle to the grave.
Kaylee feels betrayed because she gave Jason free run of her YouTube, forgot about it, and then when they fell out, he still had free run of her YouTube, could see all her videos and private messages. And put videos out that she didn't want put out, released them on her channel or whatever. I don't know.
And I thought, you know what, maybe the world needs to know, you know, that this girl may not be as genuine as she appears to be. Because as far as I was concerned, and I'm still of the same opinion, I'm not sure you can be trusted, Kaylee. You know, I don't know where you are with things.
But fighting his battles, I don't know. I won't do it myself because it sounds a bit like energy consuming.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is. Yeah, but it's content at the end of the day. But well, yeah, it is. Yeah, but it's content at the end of the day. But well, yeah, it is. Yeah, but it's content at the end of the day. But let me just be honest, right? I don't know the full ins and outs of it. I've not seen evidence of that. That's the allegation. If that's true, I think that's out of order. But that is an abuse. That is wrong if you've done that. Jason's never done nothing to me. I've not actually seen him do anything dodgy. I do think that if he had free reign of Kaylee's stuff and put stuff out, that's disgusting. But I haven't actually seen evidence of that yet. But I will say that if there is evidence that's disgusting, she should go to the police.
You know her, she won't get on.
Every song, all you fucking do is bitch. All that ice on the rock stuff.
I'd like to see that film.
Really what it is. Every minute is.
I made a mistake on a cake, and you half kill me.
And when you've done that, you can empty the bins and clean out the sink. It's £4.50 you made, right?
For coffee.
It's £4.50 you made, right?
No one cares what you think. We'll spit it out.
What do you reckon I should do then? Drop her a line or just pop round with a decent packet of biscuits?
We'll spit it out.
That is so difficult. Okay, so
now you're in conflict as well as that.
In true umbrella grape solutions, can you hear the kettles just about finishing? That didn't work. So the signal's obviously terrible here as well. But also I am running everything through a phone. But I mean, it all adds to the effect really of what the hell's gone on here, doesn't it? So for anybody new, if you do go back over anything as and when it comes back up and isn't erased and gets to be organised somewhere for any length of time, you'll see that I've been in all sorts of places, sat outside the library and all sorts, and I've just moved at the moment, so I'm in a bare house. It might sound a bit echoey, and yeah, I'm running everything through one smashed screen phone. So if that goes, we're completely down again until I walk to the pub again. And don't this lot love to grill me for it? So anyway, yeah, that stopped halfway through. So I haven't seen any of the comments so far. So I'm just going to, before I even get involved with you lot in the comment section, I'll turn it on so it saves me where does it start? So I know where I need to look from when I go back. Okay. There. So I'm not even reading anything, but that's where it's up to. So anybody that's new to this, you'll see there's a stream of abuse non-stop. Non-stop. This has gone on for fucking years on end. And Michaela Oniovosa is very, 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 very guilty in enabling not only this, but so much of what's gone wrong around the world. Now that might sound dramatic as an opener, but I don't use my words lightly like so many of these fucking idiots on YouTube do. If I make a claim like that, it's because I mean it, and I've got evidence that supports that claim, enough for me to make the allegation at least without appearing sinister or like I've got a nefarious motive or something like that, which apparently these lot do. That's what I've got the evidence for, and that goes some way to explain the level of abuse that I've got 24/7 now. After how many years is it, guys? 8. Yes, Michaela herself, I think, stipulated it earlier. 8 years. Everybody's like bang on the. It seems like everyone knows when this started. Okay, so again, we're just going to throw in newbies when we've got things like, let's have a quick look at these things that I'm subscribed to. So I mean, none of this is imaginary. You can go and subscribe to these places yourself, and when you like realize that actually these people, there's jobs like this, and then there's people like this, and then there's things that are not allowed to be spoken about, there's money being thrown around. It's so fucking criminal what's gone on YouTube. So fucking criminal what's gone on YouTube. So basically my job is to pretty much take the abuse, record it, and then point out where everybody's broken the law so that this can't happen again and people are held to account, and that will hopefully deter people from making the same fucked up mistakes again. But really, it's just a reminder again that it's the basic principles of law that always apply. No matter what the new phenomena is, such as the internet, the law will always apply to it, okay? And then you're just playing catch up, and a few heads need to roll first for people to understand how it's applicable. Now, I've really tried, because I've used analogies and all sorts of things, and nobody's questioned me on. It's only you lot that have got, well, it's only you lot that have got an issue with what I say I am in real life anyway. And when I say that you lot, I'm talking to this lot, because what they've done is I did have thousands and thousands of followers and whatnot on Facebook, like way back when in 2000 and fuck knows when, how long ago, 10 years probably, I don't know. I've lost count. My life is literally a groundhog life of this, just abuse this. And it's mental, but I've recorded it all. So thankfully I don't need to, well, we are going to have to go over it a lot, aren't we, really, to point out exactly what's gone wrong. But I mean, this is why we're eventually going to just welcome in as many people as want to get involved. You're welcome to, if you just sign a confidentiality agreement, you're welcome to take any of my thousands of streams and start working through it, either personally or with friends or whatever, so that we can just really break down what the fuck has gone on over the past few years here. But yeah, so sorry, that slideshow, that again, the slideshows aren't going to really be working perfectly, so it's not going to be very well put together at the moment. But again, what I was going to preface the entire thing with is this is just going to be completely informal and laid back. This is like I've done everything else, okay? My entire life is lived under duress. The fact that I'm surviving whatsoever is an achievement as far as I'm concerned. To even follow any kind of schedule, I'm all right with that. I've done a lot of work. I've got a lot of work. You can't see it. I don't need to show it to you. You're the ones that are just exposing yourselves 24. So I don't really need to do anything. I don't even need to be here. I do this all the time. I'll set the live up and fuck off. I go to sleep. Just go and do what I need to do. And you're just still here laying down the abuse, just waiting for me to come back and take it in person. It's mental, isn't it? Now, what Michaela's problem is that she's also trashing my name and reputation to like hundreds of people at the same time when the cunt doesn't know me. She doesn't know me. She trashes my reputation along with paedophiles and criminals, and she has done this for years. And so people like myself who needed to be heard to prevent so much of the carnage of what's gone on over the past few years, we've been silenced thanks to cunts like Michaela Oniovosa of 7 Joan Crescent, Eltham. And she's still doing it today. And I'm well fucking pissed off with so many people right now. And I've clearly told them, because they haven't sorted their shit out or repented, and the police haven't sorted them out, I want them dead at this point in time. So this is where we're at. And it's a bit awkward, isn't it? Because I'd prefer these people to be dead than committing the level of fucking harm that they're committing to me and children and women and innocent people around the world. That's where we're at. Now, again, I don't use my words lightly like these cunts do. If I'm saying something, I mean it. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to play, well, actually, we'll see how it goes. I'm going to try and play a couple of the videos that I've made that touch on a few of these things. But I mean, I don't need to because they're freely available. But I mean, they're also just available in Google, the internet. And we've got Danny West to show. Right, I've just seen you've all shown up. So we'll try and play something. So we're just going to make a coffee and then we're just going to... where to start with this woman? We've got years and years and years and years, and she's pretending still that she doesn't care. What a silly, silly, silly woman. And just, yeah, so well, you guys crack on for a little bit. You guys just crack on and find something. But this entire stream is dedicated to Michaela Oniovosa of 7 Joan Crescent. And we'll see how we get on. But I mean, this is the first. Again, this is more just to set the tone of what's going on. Completely informal. And it's the first hearing. I might have a power cut in 2 minutes. Not a problem. I'll go and do something else. Go to sleep. We'll crack on with Rebecca's tomorrow from a pub if necessary. Do you know what I mean? That's how it's going to go. And then we're only committing to 1 a week. So like every Thursday, there'll be a hearing. But we're going to go over, in Psychoanalysing Social Media Superstars and Psychopaths, we're going to go over the deleted abusive streams. So we're going to start attaching and organising these streams and the crimes within these streams to the relevant people. So by the time they have their hearing, we'll probably have a wealth of evidence already stacked up, I'd imagine. And obviously, at any point, the police are welcome to get involved if they want to, or anybody else.
That pricking.
All right, it's okay anyway. I'm going to go on mute.
I got on dates.
No. Yeah.
No.
Okay, so this is
Are you going to let me put out my fat whether you like it or not?
I come back to speak to Jukes, but if he still wants to carry on, carry on.
You speak to Jukes. I don't want to talk to you. You're a faggot.
Right, so what I wanted to say is if you're serious at any point about going to the police about the harassment that you're getting on the phone calls, I will join that claim and I will phone my own force at the same time, because I have also had phone calls that have been uploaded, and there's several other people on this panel who may want to join as well. Whether I agree with you on some of your ideals or opinions, that's one thing, but going into the private world, into the real world, and doing the harassment that's being done, I don't agree with it. So
okay, thank you for that. I haven't decided, if you honestly, Jukes, because every time I've just thought about it, I thought she ain't worth it. Every time I thought, she ain't worth it. She's got nothing. It'll make her life even worse. But it's going to come to a stage where eventually I'm going to go, fuck it, do it. It will come to that stage, so I will keep that in mind.
Yeah, please keep it in mind, because it's all right. There's people like us that are strong enough to overlook it, but there's other people that are not strong enough, and we won't be the last.
Yeah, if this has happened to, I'm not going to say, if it's happened to weaker people, let's put it that way, right? Not been on the internet long. If this had happened to them, they'd be alarmed and distressed. They would be in fear of the police knock on their door. You know what I mean? I'm not, because I know she's talking shit.
Well, she is causing alarm and distress all over the place. It's not about whether you're alarmed, Danny. This is what a lot of people don't know. It's about her intent, and her intent is to cause alarm and distress.
And which she's done for years over me, AJ, and others.
Yeah, but you fucking know nothing about it apart from entice her, antagonize her. Let's not forget what
I'll be honest with you, Esau. I'm not going to even call her.
In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking
You're really just still not getting it whatsoever, are you? Normal, rational people at this point are going to go, hang on a minute, what's that person who Kaylee says is actually a paedophile, not an old lady? Why would an old lady be here demanding anything at somebody else's hearing? Why would that Danny West fella that keeps pretending to not be Danny West be here yet again? They're here all through. Just imagine your other people, okay? Because other people are going to go, yeah, but it's not about you, Loisy, because you've silenced and erased her over and over and over again, so people still haven't heard or seen any of my work for how many years? So you lot have heard it and seen it because you keep erasing me, so nobody else has yet, have they? So until you stop erasing me and all of this nonsense, then I'm just going to I'm not going to play all of my evidence to you lot here, am I? The evidence will come when the viewers come, as and when. Or it is where it's at already, as and when members. Do you know what I mean? I'm not in a rush. You lot are in a rush because you're flapping because you know you're fucked. Okay, along with Michaela Oniovosa. Now, why would you all be so invested that you're here for her hearing? And why is she pretending they're so irrelevant, but she's just flapping like fuck, like you lot are? I mean, it's just so pathetic. But again, this is for the benefit of everybody else. Wallace Hoogley, hashtag not an old lady. This isn't for the benefit of you paedophiles. This is you lot exposing yourselves right up until it's too late. So you crack on. We're just going to keep doing that. I've got fucking years of Michaela that I can play, and we can do hearing 1, hearing 2, hearing 14, hearing 144,000. And you lot are going to die in the meantime. I'll probably die. But this isn't going to die. Your reputation's going to outlive you.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense
Again, flapping nonce who probably, if you didn't outright murder, like intentionally murder Sabina, that was a fucking massive coincidence for that day, the same day that Eric or Brian Leroy Hansford, the director of Advanced Demolition Southern, the same day that he phoned and threatened me like that. That was the same day that Sabina died, but still the same day that AJ wasn't tending to Sabina. He was trolling me, in fact, with the gang the same day. Yeah, but he's also a convicted animal abuser, and he's also been spreading all the shit that's been flying around the internet about me for the last, 8-9 years now. So pretty fucking criminal. And then all the idiots that have jumped into bed with him, pretty criminal as well. You're supposed to use your hashtag discernment, remember? Hashtag discernment. I mean, I did try. You can't say I didn't try. I've recorded me trying. Believe me, I've recorded me trying. So I'm not going to play my evidence to a handful of nonces that are just waiting for it to tear it apart, AJ. That's the point. I'm reminding you by playing the same things over and over and over again. These are snippets of thousands and thousands of fucking files now that I've got, of hours, all day, every day for years. Okay, these are snippets in time. Now, can you imagine all of your snippets in time all put together? Because that's what's coming. That's what everybody's going to see. They're not going to see these same ones that you're getting bored of. You're getting antsy because you're waiting to see what else there is, but there's everything else that you've done. Now, that's a lot of stuff. Okay, and I'm not about to sit here playing it for you so you can figure out what, or try and figure out what to do, but I'm not doing that. I know what I'm doing. Okay, and I don't owe you anything, do I? This is actually Michaela Oniovosa's hearing, but really, because it's just all this situation is just so fucked up. We're really just going over the fundamental principles of what it is that we're doing, because this is just going to build over time. Okay, the site's not even live still at the moment. I'm updating it obviously now with the fucking Christmas shit, and the fact that Daz is so intent that he's taking it down. That has to be on there. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what he thinks he's taking down because he hasn't even seen what's on there. I don't think it's private, but I mean, it's the intention. It's the intention. This is what it is. Whether you think it's evidence or not, this itself is massive evidence, you silly bastard. Okay, this is the biggest evidence that wherever I am, there you are to abuse me as a fucking gang. And this has gone on for years. Okay, so this is the evidence, all right? So you can keep asking me for it, but you are the fucking evidence, you moron.
Where did all the nonsense
nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our
Did you know what I just said? Like, I absolutely exactly joke. Literally, I literally don't need to do anything. In fact, the less I do, the more evidence it is. Really, I mean, logic would tell you if you don't like what you're seeing or hearing, okay, you would leave. Yeah, if you're bored, you would leave. If it's repetitive, I can't even say. If it's repetitive and you're finding it boring, wouldn't you just go away? Okay, no, you're here going play it. See what you're gonna do. So I'm just going to go back and make my coffee and go get some air.
Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go?
Now, I wonder how many other people AJ here goes up to give a hard time for drinking coffee. We have some, should we take some bets. This is where hypocrisy is really going to fuck you all up. I mean, this is insane. Like, who else do you campaign against for their coffee, for their all of the things you do and accuse me of? And would you ever go to anybody else for any of these same things, like drinking fucking coffee? Really? Do you think this is helping anything, you silly cunt? Honestly. Jake, actually, do you fancy, I don't know what you're up to right at this second, do you want to come on and play Faker? What the fuck? Right, you are a lunatic. You're so unhinged and dangerous, right? This is insane. Jake, do you fancy playing some of the bit that you wanted to play, and then maybe we'll get on with... Yeah, we don't care. Look, you're obsessed, okay? I'm not doing this for you lot. I'm showing everybody else when they see it what my life has been for all of this time and is still now, right up until this second. And that cunt, Michaela Oniovosa, is so fucking complicit in allowing this to happen to me, and not only me, because of what's gone on to people like me. Okay, the world's gone to shit. So you lot are responsible for the death and suffering of so many fucking children. Okay, and I've said it very clearly. I'm not expecting you lot to hang around and hear me keep saying I want you dead. I don't care. Probably should have gone away a really long time ago. It's too late, isn't it? So we're just now opening the conversation as to who's responsible for what the fuck's gone wrong on this planet for so many years. Okay, and it starts with you lot. as far as I'm concerned. So I'm making that claim. Feel free to refute it with evidence or to go to your solicitor or police or whatever. Go ahead. But just sitting here giving me shit 24/7 is only adding weight to my claim, isn't it? You're shitting yourselves, as you should be, because people are going to want to really hurt you, and I've been warning you about this for years. So there's really not a lot you can do. And calling me a pisshead, and what is this? You fucking moron. Just slandering and lying at me 24/7. All about my kids, all about my... It's just sick. It's beyond sick. It's satanic. It's clear as fucking day what's going on. You're possessed, demons. You're possessed, okay? You need a chill pill and to go and ground. Get off whatever you're taking, okay? And I really could help you, but... Hey, nobody really wants to listen to anything that I've got to say. You just want me dead or sectioned, and you don't even believe me now because I got out so quickly. Because clearly I'm not mentally unwell. I'm just really fucking pissed off now. Okay, really fucking pissed off. And nobody in authority, all the way up to Archbishop, actually disagrees with me. So, like, honestly, I don't know what you think you're going to achieve here by telling me yet again that somebody else is just fucking mental. Anyway, it is what it is. Ridiculous. And a paedophile, I mean, the mush end again, no ID. So I mean, this is basically what Michaela's got in her chat all day every day, a load of fucking idiots that are probably paid and just, I don't know, just so many narcs, and it's just a mess of weirdos, isn't it? Just a mess of weirdos. But loads of them are just faceless. This lot, you'll see them over being Michaela's audience. She's convincing herself these are normal people. Yet they're hiding, while she's getting her ego stroked, they're hiding in these shadows so that they can do this to people like me. And she's been told about this, and now she's got that cunt is going to pay. Michaela Oniovosa of 7 Jane Crescent, Eltham. She's going to pay for what she's done. Like I say, it's not just about me. It's everything I was speaking about, everything I was trying to, try and avoid happening because I knew what was going on to a large degree, where a lot of people weren't paying attention. I just happened to know about things because of my own circumstance. Okay, and we're supposed to, if we've got a voice, we're supposed to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. And the cunt keeps using Christianity as well. God really doesn't like that, Michaela Oniovosa of 7 Jane Crescent, Eltham. He really doesn't like blasphemous cunts. Okay? Oh, it's not that. He loves you, but he doesn't like you being blasphemous cunt. Okay, sorry, I should rephrase that, shouldn't I? Again, Wallace, I don't care. It's gone back up to 7, Wallace. So there you go, guys. I just don't care because it's not about you lot here now, is it? It's about what's going on record. So just gonna let you carry. So sorry, Jake. Yeah, do you fancy doing the ghost bit? Oh, so the chat is just, it's mania. It is just mania, manic, fucking paedophile, weird pricks. No. Oh, he's ghost on himself. Oh, no, don't worry. No, it's fine. I've got things I want to try and play anyway. It's not a problem. No, I think I've said enough anyway. If it drops out, it drops out. This is where we're at. I'm playing all of this through a phone. Just moved in 2 days before Christmas, and I've had this lot giving me shit and taking the piss out of me for being alone and on the cold floor with no oven, no nothing. I don't care because I like camping and I don't celebrate anything because my life went on pause when all this shit started. Okay, I'm still apart from my children, so there is no Christmas, but it provided the perfect opportunity for all of these vile, evil bastards to do what they've done. And we've, of course, recorded it all. So it's just wonderful for the storytelling aspect. And then again, more on Michaela. What the fuck are you doing? Having these people as it's just sick. It's just sick. This entire cesspit of YouTube is absolutely sick. And I will be expressing my concerns to the relevant people within the company itself as and when I can be fucking bothered. I did it to myself. Yes, sure I did. I've done all of this to myself. Okay, I don't have any. I know I don't, because how many times have you? Almost 60 times. Well, this is just what on one account. So it's probably well past 100, to be fair, going back to before the Streamyard account, probably well over 100 times. And if I started with thousands and then less confine me each time, then we had COVID and all these things have gone on. And then anyone that was around has just seen this absolute abuse all day, every day, and has realised nobody's even helping. This is fucked up. Probably gone mad themselves. So it's not a surprise, is it, that I haven't got thousands and thousands of followers still here when all I've got is this shit from paedophiles all day, every day. Because I'm not quite the same happy-go-lucky person that I was all of those years ago, am I either, really? It does have an effect, doesn't it? This shit 24/7. Hey? Does have an effect. I think people are probably going to be a little bit more sympathetic to me than to a bunch of anonymous Nancy cunts on the internet who choose to do this to me 24/7 every fucking day of the year. I reckon people are probably going to be more likely to be sympathetic to me for trying to protect my children rather than try and be internet famous like people like Rebecca Elizabeth Penman and Michaela Oniovosa and Cleon Millward and Luke Horan and Dave Smith and the rest.
Has this happened before? We have to get out of here. We have to get out of here. Take it easy. You take it easy. Quiet.
representation of the Red Queen.
You have to get out.
Modeled after the head programmer's daughter. She tried to deceive us.
I wouldn't advise this. Disabling me will result in loss of primary power. I implore you.
Implore away.
Please? Please? You're all going to die down here.
strung up a man, they say you murdered 3. Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where a dead man called out for his love to flee? Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where I told you to run so we both be free? Strange things that happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where a necklace of hope side by side with me? Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree.
Right, so as always, I've dropped the link to give Danny West a chance to come on and explain who he is, why he's hounding me 24/7, and to make any claims with his voice, provide some ID, any of those sensible things, but no, he won't do that. So at that point, logical, rational people are just going to go, well, what the fuck is he chasing her around for all day, every day? And even over Christmas, that's what logical people are going to do, and there's lots of you. That just makes everything so much fucking worse, okay? When there's 2 people doing something, it makes it way worse. When there's lots and lots and lots, it's fucking well sinister. All right, so I don't need to keep on. I mean, it's just fucking ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. I refute your lies, but I don't fucking care. You're calling them lies, but you provided no ID, so they're not lies. I can't lie about somebody who doesn't exist, you fucking muppet. This is, oh God almighty, please go and speak to a solicitor. It's fucking embarrassing. I'm not doing any more. But again, okay, and the fact that you lot just allow each other's madness as though it's okay and normal, and there's so many of you doing it whilst abusing me, whilst erasing me, and then just flipping out and going sick and abusive and going on and on and on about my children. You reckon? And Michaela thinks you're all amazing. Did I ever think there was going to be hundreds of people here, you idiot? No, of course not. When I go public and send this to people, then people are going to see it. Okay? At this point in time, it's still just you lot chasing me around, isn't it? And you can fuck off, AJ. Okay? You're never speaking on my panel again, cunt. Bye. Almost. Pushed the wrong one. Let's get on quick. Later. Go away. No, I'm not begging for anyone's attention. I'm giving Danny West the opportunity to prove who he is or who he isn't. But no, I'm not taking abuse from you, cunt. You're done. You had years. You had years. Now I just want you to repent or not be alive anymore. It's as simple as that. No, again, Clyde Stanhope, you can keep pretending that you don't understand what's going on. You fucking morons are the evidence, okay? So this is ongoing evidence of what Michaela has allowed to happen to my life. And because I've been preoccupied and bombarded all day, every day with this, I haven't been able to do my work, which was to help lots of other people, predominantly my own children, okay? So Michaela is responsible for a hell of a lot of fucking suffering, and she's going to pay and be held to account. Now, like I say, this is just the first hearing. This is just the first hearing. Lucifer, you can try all day long. You're fucked, okay? Fucked. And you all deserve it all as well. So I suggest you repent, like I've been saying. Yep, exactly. This is what I keep saying. It's not just about me. I'm just lucky enough, and this is why I have to, no matter whether I want to be the center of attention or not. I've now got what I've got. I've got the evidence. I've got what's been recorded. I'm no fucking coward, you cunt. You've had years. You know well, you did know where I was for how long? How many times did you threaten to come round and you never did? Big man. You're shitting yourself, and you should be. But no, you're not entitled to me. None of you ever were. None of you ever fucking were. You're fucked and you deserve it. You're shitting yourself. Shambles, according to who? It's just you nonces here. You nonces who've been deleting me for the whole time. This is going to be new and fresh to everyone else, isn't it? It's a shambles to you because you're desperate to find out what's going to happen. Well, you're not going to find out until it happens. How about that? Out with you, cunts. You've gone on to trying to fucking destroy my life day in, day out, day in, day out. And now Danny's just confirmed that there's a lot of assets that Eric has. And have you not confirmed, Danny, that yourself, Eric, and Jason Tyler have all seen each other, so can confirm each other's identity to the police? Is that not true? You've all seen each other. You all know each other. You've now just said there's assets to be had, and I've already got my solicitor. Where do you want to go?
Right, so Kaylee's just said she's already got a solicitor. Best advice then, Kaylee, is can you sort of put it in the description or something, or put it in the comments, so maybe we can contact the solicitor ourselves and get this ball rolling, you know?
Yeah.
Big boys.
I'd love to see this imaginary solicitor's details. I suspect it's either Chrissy Morris or Edward Ellis.
Nah,
And
Chrissy Morris is not a solicitor.
Well, Edward Ellis pertains himself to be a solicitor.
Yeah, but he's struck off now, isn't he? So...
Well, he's been struck off for years, but he's been running around saying he's still a practicing solicitor ever since.
Yeah, you reminded me of something. So after this, I want to speak about a solicitor. Anyway, carry on. Right, it says it on the screen. Eric and myself and Jason all have assets, Kaylee. I don't know why I didn't include you there, AJ, but we was talking about you at the same time. But that's what it says on the screen, right? So I've just sent that message to Kaylee, obviously, in the chat. So let's see what she says about that.
Good, Danny. So Danny's just confirmed for everybody. Eric, Danny, and Jason all have assets. And, well, my solicitor says I have a case against you all.
Okay.
And that's just my solicitor.
Right.
So where do we go now, boys?
Well, I'd like to know the solicitor's name, please.
Assets, and I've got a case.
There's our assets on screen.
You want to keep doing this shit in the middle of the night? On my stream? Who's harassing who, lads? Who's harassing who?
YouTube guidelines will tell you if you feel harassed by somebody on YouTube, then block and hide. Simple, Kaylee. If you do not want to block and hide, then carry on.
You've just confirmed you all fucking know each other. You can all confirm each other's identity and you all have assets.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's kind of all I fucking needed to know. Let's crack on.
There you go. So that alone says it all. That really does says it all about the fact that once she heard assets, once she seen, you know, the fact that people maybe can get sued or, I mean, does she think she's going to get legal aid or something? How's this going to work?
This is the whole point, isn't it? It's just why she's trying to raise this money, isn't it? She's trying to raise money so she can get money. Or more money.
Well, that's all good and well. So it's all about the money then, really?
Yeah, it's all about the money. That's all it's about.
So surely, wouldn't it be better for her to maybe phone her kids up one day and go, how you doing, kids?
It's nothing about protecting. It's nothing
phone
about
mum
protecting.
How are you, Mum?
It's nothing about protecting young girls, vulnerable girls. Nothing at all. It's just about the money.
All right.
So all she's ever interested in is money.
Danny West, are you talking to me? Give me your phone number, cunt. Well, so I can get threatened by more men on my phone, rather than, as you're here in my church, rather than just speaking here where you're abusing me anyway. You're not willing to use your voice here. You want to have my number and you're demanding it, you cunt. Yeah? You think this is going to help anything? And you've got Clyde Stanhope saying that this is a shambles. This isn't solid evidence of anything at all, is it? New Year's Eve. So you've already done Christmas. So we've done all Christmas Eve night into Christmas Day night into New Year's. Sorry, it's just every day though, isn't it? It doesn't stop. So I don't need to specify that in particular days. I mean. Advertised to who? You guys have made sure that nobody knows I exist. Okay, if I didn't believe that there was something more than human beings, I'd be very downtrodden by now and probably have killed myself, wouldn't I? You know, like suicide trolling's supposed to do. I know you're very upset, but there's no point in you shouting at me that I'm not jumping through your hoops or doing what you want me to do. My entire existence is under duress, okay? And I just go with the flow. We've got the title there as it is. We've started it with a fair chunk of who Michaela Oniovosa is. That's all we intended to do today, start the discussion. Okay, we'll decide if we need to have a hearing number 2, a hearing number 3, but we're going to start Rebecca's tomorrow. Okay, and then there's just a space, isn't there? Okay, but it's a more dedicated, more focused one. And, you know, as and when we can be asked and we're more organised and, you know, haven't just moved and think, you lying cunt, I mean, you tell the fucking... You're You're totally freaking out because you know how fucked you are. Now, really, you should probably be going to and laugh out loud, laugh out loud. You're so dumb, you're so dumb. Jump, coward, do this. So ridiculous. This is a load of men at a woman. Some of these people are in other continents. Let that sink in. All day and night. There's so fucking many of them. And YouTube haven't noticed anything for all of these fucking years. They notice if I say something out of line. Don't notice any of these patterns of abuse, so no. Fucking ridiculous. Ridiculous. But anyway, address me by my name, bitch, John. You really are a dangerous piece of shit and you need to be removed from society ASAP. So yeah, you just crack on with the abuse for another night. Okay, it is what it is, isn't it? So I think what we're going to do is play... no, I'm not... I don't really need to. I just don't need to, because I mean, there's more than enough already documented. So now it's just, when I do decide to just push that button of send, you know, it's all there already. I don't need to sit and waste hours and hours and hours doing what loads of other people are just going to do naturally anyway now with what's already available. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's already done. You've already documented how fucking insane you are all day, every day. Do I need to come remove me, cunt? Who are you even talking to? Is he talking to me? I don't even know who he's talking to. Are you talking to me, Danny West? I'll get one of your pals too. And you don't need the 2 O's in that too. 2 is in also, that's with the 2 O's. So, you know, and I remember an extra O because you've got an extra. It's 2, it's additional. So he's flapping the fuck out. Thank God you're here. Can you see? He's really flapping, isn't he? We've got Lucifer in the back. He's changed his name to John Williams to pretending to be. So you just, I'm not stupid, okay? You're not coming on. You guys have had all the years and I'm not taking any more abuse, okay? I'm opening it up for people. The reason I'm not actually banning you from the studio is so come your hearing, you can actually get on if you need to. Okay, so I'm not banning you entirely. Oh my God, he's actually put it in the back. Give me your phone number, cunt. Maybe it was him. I've just got a screenshot that. I think it actually was him. Give me your phone number, cunt. He's written it in the back. Like I'm not going to screenshot it. What is wrong with you? What the fuck? He's just come back again. I mean, I'll let him on, but it's not him. Then he's not going to. Well, I suppose we'll just let him on and see what happens. I guess. I mean, anything needs to record, right? Wow. What a flapping moron. Let's see what happens. I'll put him on. He's literally just come to type shit at me in the back because I'm not paying attention in the proper chat. Oh, what a melt. This is so ridiculous. I've just got a screenshot before I forget. He's literally coming in the back. Oh, he's coming again. What do you want me just to let you write? Is that what you want? Oh, all right. You don't want me to bring you on? Is that what you don't want? Is that what you don't want me to do? That is it? You don't want me to do that?
Well, so they also make shoes of the skin of the baby's skin.
They got a special tool and they
Then
they put it in the skin and it, like in the baby's skin, and then they
take it out, and then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky,
and
stick
then
it on
they make the shoe with the sole
on
and
the flip flops. They stick it on the flip flops.
They've got flip flops and like those shoes, like the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this big, it got a big star on its baby skin, but it's not like, you can do it coloured, but it's not like, it's a bit see-through there.
For the skin?
Yes, it's skin.
Okay, well, sorry to...
A big black star, it was... Wait, pause. I have to go and draw the star picture on the shoe. The paper's downstairs.
You all say Kaylee's triggered. You were on the panel there for ages. Did you not realise? You're telling me to let you on. You were just on there. I was just coming on to say that that you can say that I'm triggered and flapping. You do this all day, every day. All day, every day. Like you say this is just so dumb, isn't it? You're literally, as a team of people, just trying to create a cat. It's just so fucking ridiculous. I assure you, I'm not flapping. I'm not triggered. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Okay, I'm not having anyone come on to abuse me. I'm done. I've had fucking years of that. Okay, I'm not flapping. I'm not triggered. I couldn't give a flying fuck if the police come round. I don't care. It's too late. It's all too fucking late. We're at the stage now. I'm just going to make sure your fucking names are known, and I'm going to keep going. And you lot are going to die off. You're going to die off. I'm just going to keep. This is what I need to do. Okay, it's either going to be acknowledged at some point really quickly, and things are going to change really quickly, or you're just going to die off over time. In probably a massive variety of ways. One or the other. The police really should do something, and things should change really quickly, and people will hopefully be safer, or you're just going to die off over time, and I'm just going to keep doing this and make sure that people know the truth. It's really all I can do, isn't it? So let me on nonce. You were just on for fucking ages. See how this man thinks he's... Do you see why I think people will be interested? And it really does only take one solicitor to contact a court, and then they get onto YouTube and we know who you are, you dumb fuck. It's that easy. Or even really before that, the police should be doing it like that. Yeah, this is what I see. I don't acknowledge them when they try to be funny, because it's really just such a fucking insult to all the dead children. I don't know if you could faintly hear the snoring before. I knew he was trying to be funny. This is how fucking pathetic these men are. They think, he thinks that's really funny. It wasn't even coming through. I don't even know if anybody else heard it or picked it up. Certainly not funny, you dumb fuck. Okay, this is why I want you guys taken out. Okay, there's people suffering right now, and you're not being funny, you cunt. You've ruined my life. There's lots of dead children, suffering children. Your jokes are not funny. Okay, this is why I'm quite happy to tell. All right, and this is his response. Kaylee killed all the kids. This is why I want you dead, cunt.
Is it wrong, in the year 2020, for a parent to feel that they are solely responsible for their children's upbringing, education, and medication? Is it wrong, in this day and age, for a parent to believe they have the right to know exactly what laws and guidelines surround their children, whether they're in school or out? This is the continuing efforts of Kaylee and other mothers to find out where the tests are being done and what the rules are regarding their children being tested without consent.
Hi.
Hi there, have you registered?
I haven't got an appointment. I need to ask something because nobody can answer a question.
Yeah, I know the website's real down at the moment as well.
Right, no, it's just basic. Oh, so, hang on. So it's I've been in touch with the school, right, based on the guidelines that they've given us, saying that the children need to get tested if they've got a temperature or whatever. Yeah. But I've been around all the government departments, including the Department of Health and Social Care. No one can tell me who's doing these tests with the
here.
Yeah, but what company or what laboratory actually does the testing and what science is behind it? Because we can't actually find any of that information, and nobody can tell me.
To be honest, we're literally here just to do the testing.
So that's what I assumed. That's what I assumed.
Our company's G4S, but that's not a.
You haven't got any literature about where it goes or anything, or any inserts from the tests themselves or anything? Because it's just they want the kids to have it, but we just want to kind of know where it's going, you know, like who's actually responsible for.
We can get our leaf. Where's our leaf?
What's the question? Basically, it's just there's so many of us trying to find out exactly who's doing the test, like what science is it actually based on? Because they want our children to have it.
So where the labs are, basically.
Pretty much where the labs are, what company's doing it, because I've been through all of the government departments to try and find out. The health secretary, the school don't know. My MP can't tell me. You know.
I don't know. To be honest, I think it's kept quiet.
You do think it's kept quiet? I think it's kept quiet too. That's the problem. That's why we're asking.
It obviously can't get sent too far because they literally are sent away 3 times a day.
Yeah.
And come back the next morning.
But you've got no clue as to where they go.
The Royal Mail, and we're not to know where they go.
Right. Okay. No. I just had to come and exhaust it. So I've been on the phone to everyone.
There's been loads of school children coming through, though. I am aware of that.
Yeah. Because I mean, it's in the guidelines, isn't it? And it then goes straight to the government website, which is the same advice it gives to everybody else, and it's got nothing on there. No, it's fine.
But no one on here would know.
No, that's fine. No, I appreciate. I just had to exhaust it because I was driving past, and I thought I may as well ask.
Just keep the window.
Are you getting tests?
No, not until they can tell me who's doing it. No.
I'm trying to. Okay, yeah. So you're meant to go out here, but there's a car behind. Nigel, can I? Yeah, we'll just get you. If you
okay. Sorry to take your time. I just had to try it. Thank you.
The following calls are to G4S, a curious security firm that seems to be holding the COVID tests, and Boots, the only named company on any website that does COVID tests.
Good afternoon, G4S. How can I help you?
Hiya, I just got through to you a second ago. There wasn't actually anybody there and it just went through to voicemail. I've tried actually a few different numbers just to get to the switchboard, so I've had to go through this way again. I don't know who you'd need to pass me on to, but I just need to ask a couple of questions about some of the things that are on the website. Who would I go to? Or do you have a legal department, or that I could be?
Yeah, the only problem that we've got at the moment is because we're obviously all working from home.
Right.
I can only go by first name and surname. So obviously, if I've tried to get you through to a PA and it goes through to voicemail, it could be that she's either dealing with another call, or she could just be in a meeting. Voicemail activated. So I can certainly get you through again and just leave the lady a message and she will come back to you.
Okay, then I'll do that. That's perfect.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm just going to try again for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Your call has been forwarded to the voicemail for machine. No one is available to take your call. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press the hash key for more options.
Hi, Elizabeth. I've just been put through to yourself via the switchboard. I understand that you're Ashley's PA. I've got a couple of questions that I just need to clarify, if that's okay. If somebody could call me back on, I'd really appreciate it. Many thanks.
Good morning, you're speaking. So good afternoon, you're speaking to Lynn State Boots. How may I help you?
Hi, sorry, what was your name? Sorry?
Lillian, how may I help
Lillian,
you?
oh, hiya. Yeah, basically, I've kind of been around in circles for the last couple of weeks, actually, just trying to get hold of some information. And I finally ended up getting back to yourselves. Now, I'll just basically explain. I understand that it's actually Boots, the company, that are issuing and doing the testing for the COVID-19 virus. Would that be correct?
No, it isn't.
Oh, it's on the G4S website that you do.
So it may be, is it to do with COVID-19?
No, basically, I've been to the COVID-19 test. Well, I actually started phoning around all of the government departments initially. My MP spoke to the school. This is all basically on the back of the guidance that we've been given for our children in case of assumed COVID-19. And basically, I just went on to look on the government's website, and it said the only one test that was actually branded and named, which I believe was Randox, had been recalled as problematic. Now, the other tests, it said that there are other tests, but they come under an umbrella term called the Kingfisher tests or something to that effect. But it had no mention on there of any of the information regarding any of the companies or the science or what the tests are actually called. So I've been around in circles trying to find that information and still hadn't been given it. So I actually went into a COVID-19 test centre a couple of days ago, and the lady there told me, and I mean, I've got that recorded, like she said that she works for G4S. The lad that worked there said that he thinks they're keeping it quiet, which is a bit suspect, but I was like, okay. But they couldn't tell me where any of it goes. Now, coming back and looking through G4S's website, it clearly states on there, her name is Jo somebody, the woman that's running the whole show. But it clearly states on the G4S website that the tests are all sent to Boots to be done. So we need to find out, because obviously my children are off school at the moment because nobody knows what these tests are. But it says on their website that they send them on to Boots for the actual testing.
Let me see if I can try. You just come through. I just do opticians appointments and vaccinations. I just do the booking in. Let me just take some details and I'll both put you through to customer care. Can I just take your first name so I can introduce you?
Yeah, it's Kaylee. K-A-L-E-Y.
Kaylee.
Yeah.
Kaylee, thanks. Just down the line, Kaylee,
Thank you.
please. Thank you.
Hiya, speaking. How are you?
Hi there. I'm very well, thanks. My name's Rob. I work with the customer care team. How's that can help you today?
Basically, I was just explaining to your colleague, I've kind of been around in circles trying to find out some information regarding these COVID-19 tests. We've all been given, obviously, these guidelines, not only for ourselves, but for our children, and how to go about getting a test for them if they show any of the symptoms at school. Now, obviously, just as a concerned parent, we kind of would like to know where the tests are going, who's doing the tests according to what science, just to kind of figure out what the actual test is based on. Now, the only test that was actually named on the government's website, which I've Randox, I can't remember off the top of my head, was recalled as problematic. And the other tests that were available, they weren't specified, weren't named, and they were just called a group under an umbrella term, which was Kingfisher, I believe. Now, there's no information regarding these tests at all on the government's website. I've been through all of the departments, Department of Health and Social Care, Public Health England. I've been onto the COVID calling centres, and I've been passed around in circles basically until it gets back to the first one, telling me to go back to the last one, how that goes. So I've been onto the MP. The MP's taken it up with the Department of Health and Social Care. Now, I thought in the interim, while I was waiting, I'd pop into a COVID centre myself, which I did a couple of days ago, and found out from the lady, they were actually really pleasant, the two people that I spoke to, but they had no clue about anything. They said there wouldn't be anybody on the site that would be able to let them know. Now, she did tell me that their company is actually G4S, which is a security/surveillance company. And she made it very clear that nobody on site would have any idea about this information, about where the tests go. All she could say was that the tests went via Royal Mail and then came back the next morning. She couldn't tell me where to. And obviously saying that nobody else would be able to kind of suggests that there's nobody medical actually present on the sites, which is a bit concerning in and of itself. But anyway, all of that aside, that's just the backstory to where I'm at. So coming back, I've then gone and looked into the G4S website to see if there's anything on there to say where these tests will be going to, where they actually go to, who's actually conducting it. And it does say on there, the chair, or I can't remember her exact title, but the lady in charge of the whole operation anyway for G4S regarding the COVID testing centres has specified on an article from June, so only a month and a bit ago, that they get sent to Boots. They get sent to your company to be, the testing is actually held at Boots somehow. So I'm now asking you, Boots, do you have the information for us?
It's really very strange. I mean, I should say straight away, so I actually work with the central booking line based in Nottingham head office. The types of appointments we can book strictly at the moment are, from a pharmacy point of view, just nothing to flu jabs. It does have been sort of taken off the shelf for the time being, but there's been no communications about actually doing COVID tests from Boots, so that's quite strange. I mean, certainly what I could do is see if we can find any local Boots opticians to you and then ask them directly about it in case that's something that the stores deal with directly. It's not something I've heard of.
So you're not just the opticians. Am I speaking to just the opticians, am I? Or...
no, we take pharmacy appointments.
It was the pharmacy number. Yeah, that is incredibly strange. That is incredibly strange. Perhaps you might need to get somebody to check on G4S's website, because they are naming your company as being responsible for all of this. Now, obviously, there's a lot of it's not just parents. Everyone all over the world has been affected by COVID. You know, and if G4S saying that it's you guys that are doing the actual testing and you are refuting that, that's quite a big deal, you know?
Yeah, no, of course. So which area are you based in at the moment?
I'm near Ipswich.
Ipswich, that's what look.
I mean, to be fair, I've been to the test centre myself. I'm in touch with my MP. I'm in touch with everybody already. I'm just literally trying to find where are these tests going to and according to what sites, you know, and it shouldn't be that difficult to get an answer.
No, it's really odd. I mean, I'm just having a look. I mean, the first one that's come up for me is the Ipswich Tavern Street one. It looks like it's slap bang in the centre of Ipswich. But under their pharmacy services, it's not listing anything to do with those services. I mean, I'm happy to give them a quick ring and we can actually speak to them directly, see if they know any more.
That would be handy, because, I mean, obviously they have to be going somewhere, don't they? And if the company doing it is saying that it's you, but you're saying it's not, then there's a big problem.
Because it can be sort of odd with the appointments we book, because we don't actually deal with the sort of the product side of it. We just make the appointments, strictly speaking. So when the store has different processes, could well be the case, and we just don't deal with that side of it.
I mean, however we can find out.
What they say.
Yeah. I mean, if you could, that would be fantastic, because somebody will need to know if it is Boots. If Boots are doing this somehow, even if it's not, if it's something out of your remit or outside of your department, somebody ought to know, and somebody ought to be able to.
Absolutely, and then we should get this locked and sort of looked into anyway. Because you won't be the only person who's looking at that information as well. So
exactly.
It does need to be addressed. But yeah, I'll just get them on the line now, and we'll have a quick word with them.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, through to Boots. My name's Adele. Can I say your name, please?
Hiya, my name's Kaylee. I just got cut off. I've already been through and was put through to a gentleman that was making another call on my behalf. I got cut off in the middle of that call.
Okay, at the moment, Boots are providing COVID-19 tests.
Sorry, say that again.
For those going to the UAE, as in travelling to the UAE, but to the best of my knowledge, they're only being done at Piccadilly, Oxford Street, and one of the stores in Manchester.
Okay, but Boots are handling those ones.
Only for the UAE, yes.
Right. Okay. All right. Could you then, in that case, could you get the name of the test and the science that's referenced that the test is actually based on?
I don't have access to any of that, unfortunately. I mean, I can give you the number for one of the stores. You could ask the pharmacist there; they should have that.
Yeah, no, that would be fantastic, actually. Yeah.
Okay, just hang on, I'll find you the number for the store.
Which ones did you say? It was Piccadilly?
Piccadilly Circus
Yep.
and London Oxford Street. And I believe there's one in Manchester, but I haven't been told which one.
Brilliant.
And they're open till 11 night, so.
Oh, fantastic. That's brilliant. Okay, so they're actually, so the tests are actually dealt with in store. Like, do they have like a lab in there? They actually conduct the test, the actual test itself?
I don't know where they get them processed, if they process them in store or not.
Okay.
But that's one of the questions.
Yeah, that's perfect. All right then. Thanks ever so much for your help. Much appreciated.
100 Oxford Street Boots, how may I help you?
Hiya, sorry, is that Oxford Street Boots?
There are 4 Oxford Street. We are 100 Oxford Street.
Oh, that's fine. Anyway, you should be able to tell me. Are you the pharmacist?
I can also for 2 pharmacists.
That's perfect. If you could, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, pharmacy. How can I help?
Oh, hi there. Is it Oxford Street branch?
Yeah, we're one of the ones on Oxford Street. The one by Bond Street.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that was it. You're the main one. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're the biggest
Yeah,
one.
perfect. Okay, I've been sent to yourselves. But I've been round in circles trying to get some information about the COVID-19 tests.
Okay, yeah.
And I've basically the one test that was named on the government website has been recalled. And we've been trying to find out, a few of us now have been trying to find out exactly who's doing the testing, where it's being done, and according to what science it's based, and like a company name or a brand's name of the actual kits that are being used. And we've been told that you deal with them yourself there.
So we do test it. Is it because you're travelling that you need the test?
No. See, the G4S website, which is the security/surveillance firm that's actually operating the whole thing across the country, only names Boots as the only people that are dealing with the tests. Now, obviously, as concerned parents, we'd like to know what the tests are, and what science they're based on, who makes them, if you know what I mean.
Because we only do COVID testing on behalf of 2 airlines, so Emirates and Etihad. So the tests we do are through them. We don't do any of the testing other than that.
Do you have any information regarding those tests at all?
You want to know what brands they are?
The
Have a
brand.
look,
Thank you.
So the brand name on the swab is Copa.
Sorry, how do you spell that, sorry?
COPAN.
Copan. Just that? Just Copan?
Yeah, Copan Italia.
Is there any more information, just even side effects or anything like that? Or just any information? I don't even mean side effects. I mean, is there any extra information? Is there any insert or anything, or is it literally just a name on the test?
It's literally just the name on the outer packet of the test.
And
the best people to contact the company that run it are called Pure Health. They're a company based in the UAE. Yeah, it's not a Boots. It's although we do the swab here,
right?
It's not a Boots service. It's nothing to do with Boots. It's just we do it.
Right, see, because the G4S website only states Boots, and it doesn't specify that that's only for travelling. It says that the tests are all handed over to Boots. That's what it says on the website. So that's That's quite.
It may have been I'm not sure about that because we don't do general testing in this store.
Okay.
We only do it for the UAE.
Yeah, so you don't get shipments in from the COVID testing centres then to do it and then send them back. No, so that'd be an external lab probably somewhere, would it?
Yeah.
Okay, so so you've never done general testing either. Is it only for this airline?
Yeah, we've never done general testing.
Okay, and is that company wide? Do you know, or just in your store?
As far as I'm aware, it's company wide. I know that they shipped in some of the optician staff to do general NHS testing.
Good afternoon, G4S Switchboard. How can I help you?
Oh, hi there. Could I please be put through to Ashley? Oh, I can't remember his surname. I've not got the link up. The CEO of the company or his PA, please. I tried earlier a couple of times, but left a message, but I haven't been called back.
In the recent days and weeks, Kaylee has been in constant contact with the school. What you're about to hear is a compendium of those calls and the progress or lack of made over the period of time. Please try and remember these are calls that have been spliced together to make it easier on the ear.
I'm just asking, have you received I sent through some documentation and an email.
Yeah, I'm sending a reply back to you today.
Okay.
But basically, I can't find anything until it's gone to the county legal team. Because it's talking about legal documents and things like that.
Yeah.
You maintain the school, so I can't do anything about that. I'm just sending up the copies of the county legal team.
Okay, do you know how long that might be to...
I don't know.
See, this is the issue that we've got. I mean, it's not just myself. There's lots of us parents that are really... Have you read the Commissioner's report?
Yeah, the one that you referenced to, yeah. I mean, it's all very involved and everything, but we've got like DFE guidance and Passive Blue, what's on the guidance, full stop sort of thing. You know, and I can't find anything that says anything different to what's on the guidance that says me. You know, I mean, if we were an academy, it would go to the academy, officers, legal things, and then other county school, we're governed by the county legal team. So anything like that, to go directly to county, I can't find stuff like that.
Right. Do you understand the predicament that the parents are in at the moment with the situation?
Yeah, I understand that there are different points of view. I know, I get that. You know, lots of people have different points of view on the whole thing, and I understand that. But from the school and me being an employee at Suffolk County, I can't different to that. You see what I mean?
No, I totally get what you mean, and I'm not hostile at all toward the school. You know, it's not that at all. It's just trying to put in some sort of a safeguarding to preempt.
I mean, the children would never be taken anywhere. I know there's something going around on Facebook about children being taken to hospitals and for tests by the schools. Well, schools wouldn't have to do that. You know, if there was any symptoms or whatever, the parents would then phone, and the parents would have to pick up the children and take them for a test.
That's exactly what we're trying to establish, because what's actually happened with the regulations is it's left it open.
Yeah.
You know.
We wouldn't do that. We would do
I understand and I completely appreciate that, but I just now got a cold. So I'm now in a really difficult situation as to what I'm supposed to do, because I'll tell you now, I've got our MP, James Cartledge. Yep, he's actually on this with me at the moment, trying to get through to the Department of Health and Social Care to try and to clarify at this point.
Yeah.
So he's behind me, even, you know.
Yeah, well, that's good then, because then the DFE guidance will come down after that then. You know, and the schools will get advised accordingly, and then we put it in place. But, you know, we have like 40-page documents on what schools have got to do over the holidays, and then this is like revised the last Friday. I mean, there are all sorts that we have to follow, and we have to follow that. But it wouldn't be us taking the children anywhere, you know, to do anything to them.
No, it's not even that the school would. It's not that the school would. It's basically the Public Health England, which Matt Hancock dissolved a couple of days later, set out guidelines to the public health officers, who would be the people that would be coming to kind of enforce that grey area between what Public Health England have told to public health officials or officers, and now they've been dissolved as well. So there's not even any liability or accountability, you know, coming back to those guidelines. But they're very draconian. I don't know if have you read through those? Honestly, I would suggest that you read through them. You see the amount of times they say how to enforce your powers, how to enforce your powers. How, you know, it is very crazy. Everything that's going on is very crazy.
But if we've got a suspected case in school, you know, we have to phone Public Health England for their advice. You know, that's the procedure.
Right, okay, so you just clarified that that's what they've asked you to do. So what, would you do that before you phone a parent? Is that what they've asked? No,
because the procedure at school is that you phone, if you've got symptoms, phone the parent comes to pick up the child. So then if there's any other confusion about what's happening with the testing and what have you, then you would make the Public Health England aware, and you would ask for advice if you need it, sort of thing.
Okay, all right, okay, yeah.
It's quite clear that if the child's got symptoms, like a child's got a cough or got a temperature, then and then let us know the result of the test. The test is negative, child comes back to school.
Right, okay, right. Do you see now the problem that I've got? Because this is exactly what I've been trying to do. You know that the only test that's ever been branded or named has been recalled as ineffective. Right, okay, and then beyond that, the government's own website does not specify any other tests. Now, I've been around all of the government departments. I've got the MP, local MP, on my case with it, trying to figure out who is actually conducting these tests, according to what science, and who gets to determine whether they're negative or positive, and then who allows them to go back to school. Nobody can answer any of these questions. There's no information. So it's like, I know the guidelines are saying take them home and then get them tested, but if they can't tell me who's testing them, or according to what science, then who determines whether that test means anything?
Yeah, definitely not. I just have to get the result, but then tell the parents to go and get it tested, because you can go to Cops, can't you, and get the test done.
You can go and get the test done, but if you don't know who's doing the testing, then what are you testing for in the first place?
Well, I don't know.
Do you know what I mean? This is
but from our point of view, that's the only thing I can say. But that's what is the advice in the DFE thing, and that's what we have to do.
Okay. Do you know what? In that case, until something can be in written confirmation, I just can't send them back. But I'm not prepared to do this test. And like I say, the MP is behind me and he's challenging the Department of Health and Social Care on it, because I've not been able to get anywhere personally. So, in that case, then we've got no safeguarding against if the public health officers have been given these guidelines where they feel like they've got these. It's actually ultra virus. It's not actually lawfully enforceable because it's been passed ultra virus. So these regulations aren't. This is where there's a whole murky area in the law. But when we're talking about our children, it's not something you can risk, it's not something you can risk. So I'm in a really difficult position. I'm waiting for the MP to get back to me today. I'm hoping he's going to do so in the next day or two, so that this can just preempt any problems that we've got as well.
We just have to keep us in touch. If the children are not well anyway, then you will be keeping them in and you'll be telling us.
Yeah, I see. I'm going to have to do that anyway, because they're definitely.
Beyond that, you have to say, well, you were home educating them, and then it was like that'll be a whole different ballgame, because it becomes elective home education.
Yeah.
Other than that, you'd then be having the education wellness officer around.
Yeah, and I understand I'm probably going to end up having somebody on my case at some point. Did you say you've passed it to your legal body so that
the county council, because we're Suffolk Local Authority School, and the Suffolk Local Authority have their school team.
Yep, that's kind of it. Yeah, no, I expect. So if the teachers are allowed to sign off that what you've just said is what you're happy to do, then there's no problem. As long as the parents are going to get called first, and we've got that in writing, that's literally all that we're looking for.
Yeah, we'll do. I mean, well, as soon as I hear anything back, obviously I'll let you know that what they've got. I'll send you this letter back that just, the acknowledges that I've got it.
Yes.
I can't sign anything. I'm not allowed to sign anything.
Right.
To say, but looking at what's on the thing that I have to sign technically, taking temperature, we wouldn't do anyway, other than doing it with like a temperature gun thing. But if you just want that, then we can do that. The screening they don't have, medical assessment or testing they don't have. Vaccination will be up to you, because you have to give your permission anyway.
Yeah.
So, and it says, concern arises whether there are any perceived symptoms. They'd only be isolated on the school premises. They don't use them anywhere else. All they do is if they've got a cough or a bit hot or something, they go into a side room with another adult, and then we ring the parents.
I'm 100% assuming that's exactly what you would do if that situation arises. It's just, I don't know if you. I'm not saying for a second that the school would do anything along or allow for anything like this to go on. It's just there are gaps in the law. I'm curious as to why they've said that you're not allowed to sign it.
Yeah, it's just that schools don't sign things like that.
Are you allowed to put it in writing in your own words?
No, all I can say is that we are following the DFE status. The guidance says, if there's a concern in terms of symptoms, like it's got down here, they just take it to a separate room with supervision from somebody wearing PPE, and then we ring the parents.
But that's the thing is, the problem though is that they've they're the guidelines for the schoolwork, I presume, that you're referring to, are they? The guidelines for the school.
The Department of Education guidelines.
Yeah, see now, the issue is that's in conflict with the guidelines that are issued to the actual public health enforcers themselves, or the officials themselves. I've read through that document quite extensively. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen the language that's used, and I've seen what it is that they're actually saying they are unable to do if they choose to. And you confirmed to me that you have to go straight to them for their advice first, which in effect just puts them in charge.
Yeah, only if you then said to me you weren't going to come and pick them up, for instance, or you got instance and you.
But there's a lot of grey area. There is a lot. If you read the actual notes to the enforcers themselves, that's why I'm a little bit uncomfortable, because it seems quite like a worst case scenario. It seems quite different what could happen in theory, according to their guidelines to themselves. Well, not to themselves. It was the Public Health England that issued the guidelines to them, and they've actually dissolved, like I was saying before. They've dissolved, so it's not even that nobody's even really accountable for why those. Because I mean, they were dissolved days after releasing that. It just seems odd that. Honestly, I would suggest just go read it, because there's lots of parents that are really worried that have read those guidelines. You know, it's not just me being paranoid, or it does seem to be in conflict with potentially with what you'd actually consider to be the standard procedure and what you feel you've been advised. It's not exactly marrying up with what the actual officers have been advised, from what I can see.
So, I mean, from our point of view, all we would do is, taking the temperature thing. If you didn't want me to use like the temperature checking thingy, then basically I would just feel their foreheads if they were hot. Then I would give you a ring and say, they seem to have a temperature. Do you want to pick them up and go and get tested? So I would never take a child off premises, never. We wouldn't do that. Nobody likes to do that, because that's just not what we do. Okay.
Yeah, no, I understand, but it's them. Do you then become, if they're your authority, because you've said a few times you have to do what they say. So if they then
only if you refuse to come and pick them up, but then you still wouldn't then take them as children anywhere. Then somebody else say, well, the parent is refusing, but you're not going to refuse anyway, are you?
I know, obviously I'm not going to refuse, but worst case scenario, say somebody couldn't get hold of us, another teacher that hadn't had this conversation with me then does make that phone call, then a public. Do you see why there's a concern? There's always different scenarios that could arise, and if there's gaps that haven't been closed off.
That could be for anything. Say, the child fell over and broke their arm or whatever, and then you couldn't get hold of the parent, then there'd be certain protocols to follow.
That's true, but then I'd have faith in the fact that you've assessed that there's a broken arm. What my issue is at the moment is still nobody's been able to tell me where these tests have come from. And Boris Johnson's just announced today he's plowing 500 million more into the whole scheme, but still nobody's been able to clarify where these tests have come from, because the only ones that have been out there have been recalled. So that's what's concerning. It's just that's not been clarified yet. And I mean, even the Department of I've been through literally every single department. My MP's now been onto the Department of Health and Social Care, and they've told me I might still need to wait a month to even get a response on it. But the children needs to be back in school. All we want is just confirmation. Did they give you a reason? Like, what law would it be? Why would you not be allowed to? Like, did they give you an actual reason, or just say no, you're not allowed to? Because
no, we don't. It's just that schools don't sign things like that. They don't sign things that parents send to them as if it were. That there's legal law against it as such, but you can't just sign stuff that somebody sends to you. Sign them on it, or you have to do it. I can say to you, because all I'm doing is following the guidance, and that's all I can say to you, is that we are following the DfE guidance. The DfE guidance says that we will phone the parent if they've got symptoms, and the parent will come and get them. It doesn't say anything else other than that.
Yeah, no, it doesn't at the moment, but then there's other literature which is given a different scenario to other people involved in the whole situation. That's the concern.
I think about tests and where they come from and everything, we can't get involved in all that.
They should have been able to answer. This was weeks ago. I was asked for this information. I didn't want this to be an issue. I want the children back in school. Would come in and want to do anything like that. I'm just saying it's open to it. We just have to be careful.
Yeah.
Would you be able to would I be able to contact the department that's given you the answer, or the legal department myself, and just maybe have a conversation with them?
No, they wouldn't. They provide legal guidance schools, not to parents. They give you the test stuff. Anyway,
Yeah,
the legal side of it is that we have to follow what the DFE says, because that's the government side. So they pass the government down to us, and we have to do it. You know, there's no question about what you have to do, like having all these staggered starts and writing everything down. That's the guide, and you have to do it. You know, there's nothing leeway there. We have to follow what they say. But it does, the guidance is what's on there. But if they got symptoms, we would phone you. Nobody's wearing them up today.
And when you were saying that in case, let's say if you couldn't get the hold straight away, you said that if there was a suspected case that you need to phone them for advice anyway. So would it be a case of if one of the children's head was warm and I came to collect them, would you still get onto them and report it as like a potential case, or?
No, I don't think so. We don't have a slow sharp diet. I don't think so. I think you then, what we do is you pick them up, and then you take them to be tested, they get a negative test or whatever, and you phone me and say they've got a negative test, you bring in the test results,
Right. Until I know what the test is, they're not going to be getting tested. So would they not be able to come back to school? If they've been sent home unwell, is it a condition of coming back to school that they have to provide a negative test?
Well, they have to go and get tested. I think that's
Right. So this is where we're going to come unstuck. That's going to be the issue, because
if it's a COVID symptom, then there's only like a tiny chance that it will be COVID. However, if it's a COVID symptom, the children have to get tested, because technically they could then, if you didn't get tested and they came back, they could technically bring COVID back into school.
this is where there's going to be the sticking point with a lot of the parents, because a lot of the parents, until they understand where the tests have come from, what science they're based on, aren't going to be happy to have them subjected to a test. That's the problem. So it is a condition, basically. They have to prove negative to be able to come back anyway.
You have to go and have the test. I mean, you haven't actually necessarily got to bring the negative test in, but you will be able to go and get it tested. Yeah.
Right.
And then that protects them from the rest of the school.
Yeah, no, I see. This is kind of what we envisaged being the problem then. So this is exactly why we just want to know what the tests are.
Yeah.
Which has started me off on this whole thing of just being on a roller coaster run around, just trying to find some information. Okay, well, I'm going to have to take some time out to think. I mean, they're off for a couple of weeks now anyway because they've had the colds. So, so I'm just going to have to really think this through and see if.
I mean, they really need you back in school. Somehow or another, find a way to have them back.
Well, this is going to be reliant on somebody being able to tell me what the test is, and then if I'm happy with the test and its efficacy, then I'll be happy for them to have the test.
Yeah.
So it's not me.
The educational welfare officer will follow it up.
I'm assuming that they will. This is why I'm going to have to think about it.
Yeah, and you'll end up getting fined, and so will their dad. Because they find each parent. So it's like £60 per parent per child type thing.
Well, no, so this is what we need to now just think about what we're going to do. I mean, if in that time I've decided that they're not coming back and I've already done what I need to do legally to change it to homeschooling, I wouldn't get fined then, would I?
Good afternoon. Primary school.
Hiya, it's Mum. I had a missed call again.
Yeah, sorry. I've been speaking with Mrs. Mitchell about it, and she said, are the children still unwell? But it is definitely till Monday that the children will have to come back into school. Otherwise, it will have to be referred to the EWO, which is the Educational Welfare Officer.
Right. Okay. No, it's just, you said tomorrow, and I was just like, that's just a week. That's only a week. So.
Yeah, but what she's saying, as a sort of discretion, we'll give you till Monday. I mean, tomorrow's Thursday, but I mean.
Yeah, no, but you said 10 days, and they were supposed to go back on the 3rd, and it's the 9th today. So 10 days would be Monday anyway, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So I think. Do you think they will be back Monday?
I really can't give you an answer at the moment. I'm really up to my eyes in trying to sort this out. There's a lot of us that are in this exact same situation at the moment and facing the exact same thing, and it's not been finalised. It's very complicated, very involved, and very stressful. And we all want our kids to be back at school. It's not that we don't want them to be there at all, but there's there's stuff that's just not making sense and not ironed out that should really be very easy for us to be able to clarify. We've just not been at this. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of us doing this. This is a big thing at the moment. So I just can't give you an answer right now. Although I do understand, as the school, if you've not been notified of anything else, that would be the step that you need to take to follow your guidelines. I understand that. I do understand that, but obviously it's only it's Wednesday today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I need to just get as much as I can together and figure out what's going to go on, and obviously speak with their father as well.
Yeah.
And just...
He knows they're off.
Oh, he does, yeah. No, I'm talking to him every day about this situation. He does know, yeah. He knows.
Okay. All right then. Well, if you can give us a call on Monday, obviously, if we'd like to see them here. So if they're here Monday, that's absolutely fine. If they're not, can you give us a call in the morning?
Of course, I'll be in touch before Monday. I'll definitely be in touch by Friday at the latest anyway. But
all right.
Yeah,
okay.
sorry, I can't give you a clear answer at the moment. But
That's right. Okay. Thanks for coming back.
No problem at all.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Rachel.
Oh, hiya, how you doing?
Oh, fine, thank you.
Oh, not too, well, I'd say not too bad. Still in a bit of a sticky situation, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've seen the email that was sent out today of the flowchart of the COVID.
Yeah.
It doesn't leave an option for not having a test, does it?
No, that's the guidance is if they have symptoms, but that's only if they have symptoms they've got to go downstairs.
Yeah, but see, like, this is the tricky bit. They've just been off with a cold, right? Yeah. Which I'm sure is a cold. You know, they're over it. They're fine. You know, I don't believe that there's anything more to it. I'm still waiting for clarification. The MP has told me I might have to wait a month. I've been on to yesterday. I spoke to the team leader of the parliamentary branch of the Department of Education. And she's taken the case on, along with all of my everything that I've done so far, to actually take it to the MPs and to try and actually get an answer for us.
Yeah.
So what's happening?
The issue is the test is the issue then, is it?
Well, it's the fact that the test is the issue because we don't know what it is. But what is more alarming is the fact that you've already acknowledged that the public health officers you deem as your authority, right? But what they've been told is in conflict with the guidance that's been given to yourselves as teachers and to us as parents. And there's more legislation that was passed. I don't know if you know about it on the 28th of August. It's kind of lining up for a vaccine rollout, you know, and they've actually taken away any liability or accountability for any damage or injury that may come from that. That's a personal choice for a parent to take with them or not.
I mean, that's a way off the vaccine. I mean, we're talking like next year or late 2021.
We say that, but everything changes day by day, and they've actually passed this legislation to make it from 1 week. We've actually got 1 week as the populace to speak out against this. We've got 1 week. This legislation will be passed. That's going.
They don't vaccinate children unless they've got permission. It's like the flu vaccine thing that's coming up in November. Nobody vaccinates children without permission because you've got to give you permission to do it.
As it stands at the moment, but if you go and if you read through all the legislation that is being passed, it's absolutely not as black and white as that. It's really not. It's really not. And there's a lot of, like I say, I have the team leader of the parliamentary branch of the health, at the Department of Education actually on this at the moment because she's as concerned. After listening to what I had to say, she's concerned too. So all of us are. But what the problem that we've got is now I'm in a position where come Monday, if I've not legally removed them from school, I'm now in a position where I'm going to be sanctioned for, in effect, I'm under duress at the moment because I've not been given the information that we should be privy to. If we're expected to have our children do something, and I've had this agreed with, this isn't me being antagonistic or like a pain in anyone's butt or anything like that. I'm just literally trying to find out what is going on, what the tests are. And every human being that I've spoken to has agreed with me with what my concerns are. And I know that there's also a large group of people across the country who are in exactly the same position as me right now. So we've been put in a place where we're kind of under duress because we're waiting on this clarification to make us confident enough to send our children back to school. But if they can't give it to us quick enough by the guidelines, then we're in the wrong. You know, we're in the...
If they got the symptoms, which is unlikely they've had a cough, they won't get any of the symptoms anyway. So if they then came back to school, if they then had the symptoms and we had to ring you, you pick them up, then they'd have some education, and then you say, all right, I'm not taking them for test, and then they'd be off school.
I understand what you're saying. This is not my issue with the school at all. It's not my issue with the school. It's the fact. It's the fact that you've already acknowledged that they are your authority, and now what I've seen makes me very uncomfortable about them being an authority and the way that everything's changing day by day. I'm not confident in that. Now, their education won't be a problem. I'm more than capable to take that on if I have to do it in a homeschooling setting. I don't want to do that. But I can do that if I need to. I obviously do not want to have somebody turning up and giving us a hard time because we've been forced into this position under duress. It's not that any of us have chosen to do this. I don't want them to be homeschooled. I want them to be in school. But at the same time, as a vigilant parent, especially when I've had so many people in different departments of government agree with me and they're still waiting to find the answer, it would not be responsible of me to send them back in at this point in time until I've got some clarification from somewhere.
About what the test is?
But what the test is. I mean, they're rolling out 10 billion into it by 2010 and still nobody can tell us what the test even is.
Yeah, but if they were here, we wouldn't take them for a test anyway because we don't do that.
I know you wouldn't, but you've already said that the Public Health Authority are your authority. You know, so
what they tell us to do is like on my phone shop. What we have to do is if a child has symptoms, we ring the parent comes and gets them. Now at that point, you are then supposed to take them for a test. But then if they're not in school, then we're not going to enforce that. It would be up to somebody else. But until they get symptoms, have a normal schooling then, it would be better for them to be here because just while you're waiting to find out what the test is, they could be in school. Because nothing's going to happen to them here. Nobody's going to send them for a test from here. That's not what we do.
I know that's not what you do, but you've already acknowledged that the authority lays with somebody else, and their guidelines are completely different to yours.
No, not in this. The guidelines that I set back on that flow chart are the ones from Public Health England. That's what they say. They just say you have to not have somebody say they want to have a cough, send them home, and the parent gets a test. Now, if you chose not to get it at that point, then that's a different. Then it's that's a different story type thing. But it's still not. I wouldn't send.
We're kind of already in that situation because you did say at the beginning that they can't come back to school unless they've had a test and proven negative, and you're asking me to bring them back. They haven't had a test and they won't be having a test. And
you said they got colds, so they just need to be off for the 10 days until they've had it, until their cold symptoms have gone.
Yeah.
So have their cold symptoms have gone presumably now.
Oh, absolutely, they have, absolutely. Yeah. But we've not. It's not that we've not got further. This flowchart only allows for having a test. Now, I'm still. So where do we sit? If they have cold symptoms again, am I able to take them out for 14 days or 10 days then?
Yeah, if they have COVID symptoms, is the thing. Because the COVID symptoms are slightly different to a cold. So the cold ones will be like, runny nose, all this sort of thing, sneezing, all of that.
Well, Eleni had a consistent cough. Like, I'm not going to lie about it. She had a cough, but it's gone. So
it's gone. So in which case they can come back.
So why on earth are people being asked to take this test that nobody knows what it's about in the first place if the cough goes anyway?
I don't know. They're just doing the option on it.
But see, the flow chart only allows for if you have a test. So you're saying that you're okay if the symptoms have passed in that time frame, you're okay for them to come back without a test?
Well, if they have COVID symptoms, they're supposed to get a test.
But COVID symptoms...
You're supposed to mean that they had a cold, didn't you?
Yeah, but a cold is also a cough. Like, who gets to determine what's a cold, what's the flu, what's a cough, what's COVID, what's...
Normally, people will just get tested in case, because, for different cough, we're not medical people, so we can't say, well, this cough is COVID, that cough's not COVID, or whatever.
Exactly.
So they don't have a test, but it doesn't come back in 12 hours, they come back to school. That's that.
Right, okay, I see what you're saying. I'm still in a sticky situation at the moment because the test has not been clarified. I am not confident that if something changes overnight, these guys don't come in and say that they're running the show, because apparently they feel like they've got that authority, and apparently the school feels like that they've got that authority as well. You know?
I don't think anybody's going to do that. I think there's nobody's going to walk into, like, you know, and be a military operation and what to do. You know, you've got thousands of children back in school, hundreds of schools, and we're just getting on with it as normal. You know, that's not
it's not normal though, is it? When you're calling it the new normal, it's not quite normal.
Yeah, definitely. The new normal, most of it. But nobody's going to march in here and take children or anything like that, because that's not going to happen. You know, it's not like that. I mean, if you saw the children back in school now, it's just like there's no way. I mean, all right, they've got this, you know, keep the little classes separate, and they have to punch and all the rest of it. But they're all, you know, friends, they're happy, they're doing. I've got 198 out of 4 children back.
Yeah, no, and I absolutely appreciate that, but we've also got hundreds of families across the country that are completely concerned with the same things, because it leaves it open. You know, there are abuses of power that happen sometimes. I'm not being conspiratorial about this whatsoever. All I needed really was, first and foremost, the clarification of the test, because it has been legislated, and maybe you haven't read it all. It has been legislated that they are going to be able to take these actions. If they deem somebody potentially infectious, they can remove them for 14 days, and that does extend to children. That's just in their legislation. You know, so they literally could protect everybody else, presumably. It would, yeah, it would be to protect everybody else. It doesn't stop it happening to my child. If for some reason their father and myself was not available for a few hours, and somebody took it upon themselves to phone the public health officers, and they came in, they have the power, according to themselves and according to the Public Health England, via the guidelines that they issue to the public health officers, they have the authority to take our children somewhere for 14 days, and I'm just not happy with that. You know?
That's not in our guidance at all.
No, that's the exact, right, thank you. That's the exact point I've addressed with all of the government departments, and nobody can clarify it. Why are they in such conflict?
Yeah,
but at the end of the no, they won't. Yeah, absolutely. But then you've got the public health officers, who you've already acknowledged are your authority, have been told that they have the power to implement this. This is what's in their guidelines. I can send you the link. You can read it for yourself. It's not. No. In the guidelines, it actually says if you feel that somebody may be infectious, you have the power to do this. I'm telling you now. You have to read it. I'll send it to you if you want.
Yeah. Well, I get that they have. If we have a child in school, say, for instance, that was coughing and had a high temperature and had those symptoms, and the parent said, "I am refusing to pick up my child from school," then potentially you'd have to, for the sake of all the young children and their health, you would have to then ring up another authority who would then deal with it. That would only be if somebody was refusing to pick up an infectious child from a school, because then you're risking the health of the other few hundred children. You wouldn't have in any other situation, because the parents just pick them up. I imagine that's because the guidance is there to protect everybody from a parent that might say, "Well, I'm refusing to pick my child up."
Yeah, no, I completely understand, and I get what you're saying. And if I'd only read the teachers' guidelines and the parents' guidelines, I'd agree with you. But the fact is, I've been through this with people in government, people in office, and they have acknowledged the concerns, and they can't answer me, and they're concerned as well, and they're pushing forward to try and find out what's really going on here. And I cannot in good conscience send them back at this point in time, not having this clarified. It should be something so simple that the government should be able to tell us, this is what the test is and this is where it's come from. It should be so simple, and everybody's agreed with me so far. I'm not doing this out of trying to be awkward, or I really do want my children to be back in school. This is heartbreaking for me. This entire situation is heartbreaking. I don't want them to be at home at the moment. But until this is clarified, I cannot in good conscience send them back until I completely have it signed off, exactly what.
I don't think you'll ever find out what the actual test is, because the test is done in a laboratory. So basically, they take a sample of and they test it for the virus. And, the test is either positive for the virus or negative for it.
Yeah, so, who gets to say that? The first test that was being used widely was actually named and branded and has been recalled, and we've been able to follow that one. That one was called Randox. Now, the others have all been termed Kingfisher group of tests with no name, no branding, no nothing. So there's no science to back it up. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. So how vigilant a parent is it to be to say, okay, then just because somebody says so? I mean, you could test for 1,000,001 things and find out who gets to say what is going on.
Yeah, but it doesn't harm them to do it.
It doesn't harm
anybody to get a negative test or a positive test. It doesn't harm them. Yeah.
You know.
But I can't advise you anything other than the children need to come to school. You know, because that's we've been told that legally the children need to be in school.
No, they don't legally need to be at school. They could legally be at home if I pull them out of school.
Yeah, you get me. Yeah, if you pulled them out and you said you wanted to do elective home education.
Yeah, and I don't want. Yeah.
Then I would refer that on to the elective home education team in counselling.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to do that. That would be under duress. Again, it would be under duress because I'm still waiting for the information that should be readily available before they implement anything on the populace.
I know what you're saying. I know what you've got opinions and so on. But from my point of view, there's two things here. I mean, either they come back to school legally, or it's taken up legally with the welfare officer next week, or you elect to home educate them. But if you pull them out and do that, they lose their place here.
Well, that's the biggest issue that I've got, is that I really don't want that to happen, but I feel like I'm being pushed into a corner where I've got no choice at the moment.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and I can't make the decision.
No, I know you can't.
Yeah. The two choices you have at the moment, you either, because otherwise the welfare officer is going to say the same thing as me. You've got a legal obligation to have them in school.
Then we become in the wrong in their eyes because we're not sending our children to school, but we should be privy to this information if it's something that we're expected to do with our children,
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for getting in touch and calling. I want to look into this and try and help you with it. So you've actually come through to the parliamentary team at the Department of Education. I head up that team.
Okay.
But I deal with queries all the time from MPs and in turn through constituents. I can look into this for you. Would you feel comfortable dropping me an email?
Absolutely. Yeah, bear with me 2 seconds. I'll grab a pen. Excellent. Yep. What would the address be?
So if you share it to my team's shared mailbox, which is only monitored by 4 of us. So
Okay.
it's team.
Yeah.
.parliamentary @education.gov.uk.
At education.gov.uk. UK. That's perfect. Sorry, what was your name again? I didn't quite catch.
My name's Amy.
Amy. Perfect.
Yeah. And if you can direct it to my attention, and I will endeavour to find an answer for you. And it's helpful as well if you can flag the link that you've spotted on gov.uk.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I've got lots and lots of things that I can send you that you'll see for yourself why we're a bit concerned. But all the guidelines are in conflict with one another as well. And just talking to everybody, it really seems like nobody knows what's going on or what. And I know that everything's changing daily, but obviously as parents, this is the most basic thing that we need to know, really, if we're expected to do something, what it's based on, That's fantastic. Okay, so I'll send you an email now then, and with the links and whatnot in it, my contact details as well. I really appreciate your help in taking that up. That's fantastic.
No worries, I'll look into it and try and find an answer for you. And if you want, like you mentioned your MPs, you could always mention them as well, because we might have set up a correspondence from them.
Okay,
to help
excellent.
link everything up.
Perfect. I
Thank
will
you
do
so
that.
much.
Wonderful. Take care. Have a good day. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
This video has not been made to try and say Kaylee knows this or Kaylee knows that, or this conspiracy theory has been worked out, or this is how it's happening. This video has been made by concerned mums for concerned mums and dads. This video has been made for people asking very sensible, very normal questions that would be negligent not to ask. So while this video doesn't claim to have all the answers, it does claim to try and find out what truth that it can, and will continue to do so, as you'll see in part 3 that's coming.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like, it's weird. But anyway, yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
Dumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. No, she's fucked up.
Innocent mind that they cannot see.
Yeah, like, fuck.
They bring you down like
None of us have ever done anything to the levels of what Esau have done. You're obsessed with us. Esau, on the other hand, you're terrified of, aren't you? You are terrified of Esau. On that note, big up in the super chat. Another 1999 from Arafina. She put, "We are family. Hey, 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 hey. Hogshead trolls." Oh, wait, let me think that through. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. We've got all the Hogshead trolls with me. No, that doesn't fit. We are family. Hey, 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 hey. I've got Hogshead trolls all with me. No, one more time. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got all Hogshead. No, I've got Hogshead trolls.
I've been losing sleep at night, 'cause what you did set my world alight. Set my world alight. Set my world alight. You get what's coming to you. I was searching, I was breaking, I was beaten by the devil in your sin. I was breaking, I was left out. You get what's coming to you. I was waiting to be played in. I was left to tell the devil that he can't win. I was searching, I was left out. You get what's coming to you. You get what's coming to you. You get what's coming to you.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? Voldemort. That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like, it's weird. But anyway.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. No, she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
You've gone on to trying to fucking destroy my life day in, day out, day in, day out. And now Danny's just confirmed that there's a lot of assets that Eric has. And have you not confirmed, Danny, that yourself, Eric, and Jason Tyler have all seen each other, so can confirm each other's identity to the police? Is that not true? You've all seen each other. You all know each other. You've now just said there's assets to be had, and I've already got my solicitor. Where do you want to go?
Right, so Kaylee's just said she's already got a solicitor. Best advice then, Kaylee, is can you sort of put it in the description or something, or put it in the comments, so maybe we can contact the solicitor ourselves and get this ball rolling, you know?
Yeah.
Big boys.
I'd love to see this imaginary solicitor's details. I suspect it's either Chrissy Morris or Edward Ellis.
Nah, Chrissy Morris is not a solicitor.
Well, Edward Ellis pertains himself to be a solicitor.
Yeah, but he's struck off now, isn't he?
Well, he's been struck off for years, but he's been running around saying he's still a practicing solicitor ever since.
Yeah, you reminded me of something, so after this I want to speak about the solicitor. Anyway, carry on. Right, it says it on the screen. Eric and myself and Jason all have assets, Kaylee. I don't know why I didn't include you there, AJ, but we was talking about you at the same time. But that's what it says on the screen, right? So I've just sent that message to Kaylee, obviously, in the chat. So let's see what she says about that.
Confirmed for everybody. Eric, Danny, and Jason all have assets. And, well, my solicitor says I have a case against you all.
Okay.
And that's just my solicitor.
Right.
So where do we go now, boys?
Well, I'd like
You've
to know
all
the
got
solicitor's name, please.
assets, and I've got a case.
There's our assets on screen.
You want to keep doing this shit in the middle of the night? On my stream? Who's harassing who, lads? Who's harassing who?
YouTube guidelines will tell you if you feel harassed by somebody on YouTube, then block and hide. Simple, Kaylee. If you do not want to block and hide, then carry on.
You've just confirmed you all fucking know each other. You can all confirm each other's identity, and you all have assets.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's kind of all I fucking needed to know. Let's crack on.
There you go. So that alone says it all. That really does says it all about the fact that once she heard assets, once she heard, and once she's seen, you know, the fact that people maybe can get sued, or I mean, she thinks she's going to get legal aid or something. How's this going to work?
This is the whole point, isn't it? It's just why she's trying to raise this money, isn't it? She's trying to raise money so she can get money. Or more money.
Well, that's all good and well. So it's all about the money then, really?
Yeah, it's all about the money.
That's
That's all it's about.
So surely, wouldn't it be better for her to maybe phone her kids up one day and go, "How you doing, kids?"
It's nothing about protecting. It's nothing
phone
about
mum up.
protecting.
How are you, mum?
It's nothing about protecting young girls, vulnerable girls. Nothing at all. It's just about the money.
All right.
So all she's ever interested in is money.
Right, I'm glad Sabina's in the chat. Can AJ and Sabina please clear this, whatever the fuck she is on about, with some sort of solicitor claim or something? Can please someone clear it up?
All right. Kaylee's trying to make out that my lass is intimidating her because of my lass's job. Now, my lass has never once said a word to Kaylee about what she does as a job. And Kaylee, in fact, is blocked by my lass. So there is no way in hell that my lass is intimidating Kaylee via speaking to someone else about what my lass does for a job.
Right. But you haven't got to divulge what she does either. I'm not asking for that. But can I ask you this question?
It's in the legal profession.
Yeah, can I ask you this question? This is really what's going to put it to bed or not, really, right? If I was going to court tomorrow, could I phone Sabina up and use her as a solicitor or not? Or is she not fully qualified yet? Can I use her or can I not?
You could, but whether she would take on the case or not, it depends on what type of law that you're wanting to go to court for.
Right, so she's a solicitor in certain sectors. Is that better to put it?
That's a better way of putting it, yes.
Okie-dokie. That's all I need to know.
Right.
Right, cool. That's cleared that. Well, it's cleared a bit for me anyway. Let's see, hopefully it's cleared for someone else.
There's a comment in the chat I think could be relevant.
Right.
Can you see it? M2M.
In other words, they don't prosecute anyone in civil matters. Is that what he said? Oh, hang on, no. She's confusing criminal law with civil cases. i.e. the Crown. Yeah, you're right. M2M. You bang on. She is confusing it all. But remember, this woman is an ex. I'm going to say ex loosely. She's an ex-freeman of the land type, sovereign citizen type, constitution is a solution type, lawful rebellion type person. So
well,
she is.
Sab's just confirmed what Kaylee's trying to say she isn't in the chat. Sab is on the solicitor's register. Fact is, Kaylee does not know Sab's actual name.
Yeah, and she's never.
Kaylee will not be getting told Sab's actual name. There is no lawful obligation for Sab to divulge anything about her personal details to someone who is not a client of hers.
Right. So the facts of the matter is that she is a solicitor. End of.
Yeah.
Right. That's it then. So she's not making a claim that's what is called unlawful or whatever the fuck Kaylee said, illegal or whatever it was, criminal. No, convict. What was it? The one you're a convict.
That's another false claim Kaylee's made. Kaylee's running around saying that Sab was convicted 3 years ago and lost her license 3 years ago. Now I know for a fact that Sab has had a valid driving license for the past 3 years.
Oh really?
I know this for a fact because I've got her driving license in my wallet at the moment.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Why? Because I've got a treatment room from, I do intravenous vitamins. And I grab an airway and I run upstairs and I put the airway and I put her on her back. And I was worried because she did have this mass in her chest and I didn't want to lie her flat. My friend arrives within minutes. So I went, did you ring an ambulance? Because I said, can't ring an ambulance. She arrives. I said, did you ring an ambulance? No. I went, ring one. She calls one. It was minutes. So I said, get the oxygen. We put the oxygen nasal cannula in. We get her on that. You can hear my daughter's heartbeat because I said to her, I'm looking and I'm thinking, they said, are you doing CPR? I thought, but she's not cyanosed. So when you have cardiac arrest, you'll see cyanosis, bluey grey tinge around the mucous membranes of the face, the fingertips, the nails. They might go clammy. This wasn't happening. I said, run downstairs and get my pulse oximeter. It's £200 piece of kit. It's not a cheap one like the NHS use on the finger that they, mobile one. This is an expensive one. Works through infrared through the nail, and it will show if you've got. It's not just a case of it's beeping because you're pressing. So she gets that. We put it on her. All of a sudden, 110, 144. It's a pulse. And then it's going 34, 45, 50, or the sats are going up. I put the stethoscope in. I listen. I said, she's got a heartbeat. I'm going, Paloma, Paloma. You hear all this on the 999 call. You hear them.
Again, let's just think about this logically, all right? I reckon you're a paedophile, and that's why you're so triggered and frantic all the time and just really upset that nobody believes you're an old lady. I genuinely believe you're a paedophile man. You could well be a paedophile woman, but you behave like a paedophile. Not only that, just, so many of the traits of people that have guilty consciences to that degree just lose sight and concept of reality and how other people will perceive situations. You don't need to be anywhere near me for a start. Okay, we're watching a woman who's talking about her daughter dying. This is very close to my own heart because my life's been destroyed over the very same situation overall, and so have many millions. And you know this. You know millions of families have been destroyed over exactly this. You know this, and you know that you and your mates here on this shit show, however you got involved in the first place, you're all part of what's allowed this to happen. And so many people have lost children. Now, a woman who's quite prolific in this entire situation for also trying to prevent it happening is discussing now something very sinister, you know, in terms of her daughter being mistreated by the very people that have kind of fucked the entire planet. We're listening to her account of her daughter actually dying, I believe, at the moment. And all you've got to say is I should have dropped YouTube and got on with my So we'll just pretend that none of this is going on. None of this had anything to do with anything in anyone's life, no? It's all Kaylee's fault because she was on YouTube. But let's not forget, I wouldn't have been on YouTube if it wasn't for Justin Ormrod, who's been right at the centre of all of this shit. Going way back when, why so many fucking names, you cunt? In your Clacton caravan, if you're really there, Justin Ormrod, Jason Tyler, E-Media Hosting, Webologic, Right Unity, Wake Up UK. Why so many names? Still coming along in the middle of the fucking night just to say that, I thought I left away. You don't need to talk about me ever, you fucked cunt. You phoned me, didn't you, to get me to go to the police about Rick how many years ago? You stupid cunt. You did what? Christmas Day? With what video? A stolen how? How? Who asked to be my manager to protect me from all the men that were trolling me? Who asked who? Jason, Justin. Look what I've still got all of these years later. All these men trying to tell me that somehow I've done this to myself because I chose to be on YouTube. Like anyone could even escape social media anyway. And I wasn't. I was on MySpace because I was in a band. Then I was on Facebook, but I got kicked off of Facebook. And just looking into some court cases I didn't even know had happened last year. So fuck a Borg and co. I'll be in contact really soon. Again, some of you lot may well be could well be. I don't know how human half these idiots even are in the first place. I don't know. I've literally grown up in a family full of people in denial, so I know what the human psyche is capable of doing to itself in terms of denial. I'm fully aware. So I don't know what I'm dealing with at the end of the day. That's why you can only have your faith in Mother Earth and God, which I believe is the law, pretty much, isn't it? Yeah, I wasn't even reading. It's just so dumb, isn't it? These men, there's no buffer. You've had a buffer with all of these idiots, all of the idiots from your Michaelas to your, I don't know how involved half the people that are left were in the beginning. I'm not sure, but you've got no buffer. You're just here trying to, what is it? Do you even have it? Like, what's the motive anymore? What can you say? Like, would you just want me to feel bad? Do you actually want me to kill myself? Are you still trying to have people believe that I shouldn't be listened to and that I warranted being killed off in effect over and over and over again? What are you trying to achieve from being here talking about my children, you weirdo? In a way to try, it's not even that you're here saying inappropriate things about them. Like, you trying to use my children to hurt me. You're just showing how sadistic you can't think of anything else. Like, even just not doing that is still better than doing that in terms of implicating yourself. So, like, where's your drive coming from? Like, what do you need? Do you need that pleasure of knowing that you're hurting me on a level or something? Because you're not doing that even very well, are you, at all? Obviously, every time you cunts have mentioned my children, but you'll get your karma for it. Do you know what I mean? You'll get your karma for it. All it's done is you've literally created a monster you're never, ever, ever, ever going to get rid of now. So, like, it's just like the biggest fucking backfire ever. Whoever's fucking bright idea it was to just try and bully me. I mean, like, I don't know. Some of you, it was way more sinister than that all along, wasn't it? But hey, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know what you think you're going to achieve here, Wallace. It's pretty fucking pathetic and sad. And Clyde Stanhope and John, possibly Phantom, possibly Ricky Dearman, possibly Bill. There's only going to be so many people left, like, that really are going to have to take the shit. Eventually, enough people will have stepped down. There's going to be certain people that are left, just like with the liability. That's how it's going to work. But I mean, then again, everyone who's stepped down is still liable for the decisions you made. So there's stuff going on everywhere, isn't there? So I'm pretty chill about it, to be honest. Again, just going to draw attention to the fact there's a load of men here. All they talk about is paedophilia anonymously. They project onto myself and Jake, who are public. But I'm literally on Company's House for anybody who's new. I've literally registered myself on Company's House to protect myself because they've deleted me for like as long as the internet's fucking existed, really. So I can't really hide myself anymore. I couldn't expose myself anymore than actually being registered at my home address, you know, in my own name. You know, everybody knows who Jake's been around for ages as well as himself, you know, so we're known, yet we're hounded 24/7 by a group of people that are literally obsessed with Hampstead, trying to tell us that we're obsessed with Hampstead. No, we're obsessed with protecting children, and because that's not been investigated yet, and 10 years down the line, fuck me sideways, hasn't a lot gone on to make sure that it's not investigated. I think everyone's a bit like exhausted at this point, but it's really clear, isn't it, that as anonymous people, it's far more sinister that you're lurking around us trying to tell us that we're paedophiles when we're the people that are out there with our faces and names. And you know, like, it's just common sense, isn't it? But it is what it is. You just crack on. You're not winning anything at all. You're just making it worse for yourselves every day. And it is coming to an end. It literally is coming to an end, and you're not making it any better for any of the idiots that have got caught up in it along the way as well. You can't make it work as anonymous people. It's as simple as that. You've got no ID. It's as simple as that. You're just there to try and influence things without being brave enough to. You don't want to own it, which means it's not good. It's as simple as that. If you were proud of your actions, you'd do it with your ID. You'd do it with your face. You'd do it with your chest. You'd do it with your voice. Same way that if Jupiter was okay with everything that she was saying, she wouldn't block people from having their right of response. Madness. Absolute fucking madness. To create a space where she thinks she can just abuse the fuck out of people in public and use false controls to stop them having their right of response for years, whilst the things that they were talking about all came to fruition and so many people are dead. I mean, it's so bad. It's just so bad. And again, these are all traits, funnily enough, that were all spoken about in the Bible. She professes to be a Christian. The biggest blasphemers in the world on YouTube. It's insane.
Infrared through the nail, and it will show if you've got it's not just a case of it's beeping because you're pressing. So she gets that, we put it on her, all of a sudden 110, 144, it's a pulse, and then it's going 34, 45, 50, or the sats are going up. I put the stethoscope in, I listen, I said, she's got a heartbeat. I'm going, Paloma. You hear all this on the 999 call. You hear the machine in the background, beep, 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 beep. And then you can hear the alarm going off, because of the heartbeat was so high, it will alarm. Now they all arrive. They start to arrive. They're tanking. The first paramedic arrives. He comes in. He's got an intraosseous gun in his hand. He said, she's very slight. I say she's under 6 stone. The witness with me also writes that in her statement. Exactly what I've told you. It's identical. And she writes exactly that. He says she's very slight. I say she's under 6 stone. They never called that witness. The person who was with me in the room, they never called her. He denies that that was ever said at the inquest. He denies it. There was 2 witnesses heard him say that. He then shoots her in the leg with an intraosseous gun. And then they do their thing. More and more arrive. The air ambulance arrives. Before we know it, she's had 3 doses of adrenaline, 1 milligram, in a girl that's under 6 stone. By the time they finished, they gave her about just under 12 times the dose they should have given her for that body weight. I suddenly watch my daughter's entire body go ashen blue. It's called circulatory collapse. The exact words out my mouth were, oh, F, they've killed her. I'm not in the room anymore. It's a big, big bedroom with an ensuite, but there's 8 of them in there, admitted by the doctor on the stand at the coroner's court, Dr. David Bentley. I put it to you, sir, you have committed perjury. He said he walked in the room and he saw her, and yes, she was normal coloured. Capillary refill when he picked her skin up was 3 seconds, and he could see this mass in her chest that measured this by this by this. So he's telling you he's using his eyes. But he then says, I say, did you see the circulatory collapse? No, it was too dark. It was about 8:40, 8:45 on a summer's evening. Sorry, 6:18, 45, July 19th, with a massive window. So it's a white, clear summer's night. He's just put a femoral line in her groin that you need to be able to see. I said, we just put a femoral line in. He said, oh, yeah, I didn't need to see for that. Come on. I then asked him as well, how do you account for the fact that you could hear her heart continually beating on the 999 call? Oh, she was going in and out of cardiac arrest. Honestly, you couldn't make this up. The Life Pack 15 machine, which they attached her to, is a contemporaneous primary piece of evidence. It's made by Stryker. Stryker in the United States. Don't take me for a fool, anybody out there, because I've contacted Stryker and I now have a case reference number. If you were on your phone, Liam, and you made a phone call and you had a car crash and you said, no, I wasn't on my phone, what are they going to look at as evidence? Your phone records. And what are they going to take as evidence? Your word or your phone records? Your phone records. There is endless case law regarding the Life Pack 15 machine. That is contemporaneous when paramedics or doctors have lied. That is primary evidence. She was never in cardiac arrest. It is on there. You can see that she's got a pulse. She's got oxygen sats. She's got an ECO2, meaning she was never in respiratory arrest. Why did I say on the 999 call she's dying? Because I knew it would be a category A. Get them out there quicker. If only I'd known that they were going to come in my house and kill her. So that Life Pack machine gives me the printout, and there it is. I've got the printout. It's there. I find it then in the bundle when the coroner's court. I've sent hundreds and hundreds of reports to Sussex Police. I even gave Jo Shiner an invoice for 50k for doing her job for her, and told her she's derelict in her duty. She needs to stand down for impersonating a police officer. We've given. My daughter was never in cardiac arrest. Their own records prove it. And Dr. David Bentley on that stand said, oh, I disagree with that equipment. Oh, really, Dr. Bentley? Well, let's see what strikers say about that. Because all of what goes into that machine goes into the iCloud and gets stored for 7 years. So I've now got administrators. So I've gone back with everything and asked them for the serial number of that machine, but they're not giving it. There was also the fact that once they got my daughter into the hospital and I next saw her, they wouldn't let me in the ambulance. They wouldn't let me in the ambulance. I said, can I come in the ambulance? No. That was how they answered me. I thought, this is really not, something's not right here. They sat outside my house for another 20 plus minutes with her in the back of the ambulance. They didn't take the air ambulance back. They go down to Brighton. In the back of the ambulance, they give her rocuronium. They give her midazolam. They give her more adrenaline. And they give her more rocuronium. These are drugs that they use to paralyze you. She wasn't coming out of that. They use them on death row as well. And they use them in organ harvest. So they get my daughter down to Brighton. When I next see her, I said, what is that? It's this huge surgical emphysema in her neck. So what had happened, and I've seen the scans now. He's gone in, paramedic Bass, with an airway that's too big. I've done my advanced trauma and life support. He goes in with an airway that's too big and it causes barotrauma. So air escapes into the surrounding tissue. Now you've got this air in there. He then has to switch to an adolescent size because she's small. He then tries to get a cannula and he can't get it in. So he uses an adolescent size and it fits because you use the biggest ones and they have to go down. So they go in with adult doses, 1 milligram every 3 to 5 minutes. So you are quite beefy. Imagine giving an under 6 stone girl, and let's say a 20 stone man, you get the same dose. Women have got more fat. It's going to take a lot longer to metabolize it. The studies show the paramedic 1, 2, and 3 trials, and the Warwick University is running that on the people of Sussex. They ran the paramedic 3, But there was a French study showing that by the third dose of adrenaline, your brain is damaged. They're delivering organs. 2.7% survival once you've had that adrenaline, if you've had more than 3 doses. And at 1 year, it's just over 1% survival. My daughter had those doses and she wasn't even in cardiac arrest. They shouldn't have given it. They didn't follow the protocol. So Bass, Bentley, and then some other guy, Cody. I don't know what he was doing on the stand. And Bentley said, well, maybe, when you were doing the CPR, she was coming in and out of cardiac arrest. He said he didn't know the consultant from intensive care, but it turns out he worked in the intensive care for years because all of their Twitter pages have been erased shortly after my daughter's death, but their pinned tweet is a later one, so they've taken stuff off. But there he is. I went down his whole Twitter feed. I kept going back, all the people connected. There he is in the intensive care unit at Brighton, my new office. What a view. So he did, and the consultant said, oh, you might have seen Dr. Bentley on the unit. He was the one in your house. And yet, at the inquest, he said he never saw Paloma after the house. And he didn't know the consultant, but the consultant trains the air ambulance. He trains the paramedics. He's very entrenched in the university. He's a dean of the university and going to Maidstone Hospital. And this is now Brighton. Do you see the connection? They're all connected. And so my daughter's she's now in intensive care. The scan shows she's got pulmonary edema. She's got fluid collecting around her heart, which is called cardiac tamponade. The policies are that you address it immediately. Immediately. They didn't do it for 2 days. I only found this out later, but on the second day I said, she was swelling up. I said, if you don't do anything, I'm going to sue you for your house, your car, your mortgage, your pension. I'm suing you in your personal capacity, not the trust. I'm coming after you. They do the operation. She sailed through it and all the fluid went down. But in the notes, which we then read at the inquest, it had already caused right ventricular failure. They left her. They let her die. So I'm speaking to a consultant from the NHS who's now abroad, who spoke out in COVID times. He's afraid. And he's saying, get them to do this, get them to do this, get them to do this. So I said straight away, she's not for organ donor, She's opted out. And they just looked at me. I said, she's opted out. We are power of attorney. And all they were interested in was seeing the documents for power of attorney. But because they weren't registered yet with the courts, they said they weren't going to honour it. But then they did honour it in the notes and said they weren't going to treat her. She didn't want chemo. So this is what happened. He calls me up the day after they do this drain from the fluid around her heart, the consultant, Peter Anderson, and he says, we want to make your daughter do not resuscitate. I went, absolutely not. You're not doing that. You do everything to save her. And he said, we've done a brainstem test this morning. I said, you're not supposed to do that without us there. Why did you do that? He didn't tell us. It's supposed to be, the policies are that you're meant to be told. And I said, you can do another one. He said, why? I went, what do you worry about? You're not paying the electric bill. And he agreed to do it. So there's a time limit of how long it takes for these drugs to go out your body. They're going to still be in your body. You could do a drug clearance test. You could do toxicology on the liver and on the kidneys to make sure those drugs are out of the body, because those drugs will suppress brain activity. They will also suppress breathing. So if you're doing a brainstem test and you're taking the ventilator off them and they've got enough drugs in them to still suppress it, you're going to make brain damage worse. They never did those drug tests on her. They just went ahead and did that brainstem test. And then I said, I want you to do an MRI scan, because the CT scan they did said at the bottom, suspicious of particular brain injury, suspicious of. Please do an MRI scan to confirm. So I said, I want you to do the MRI scan. And he said, no, she's brainstem dead. And I said, well, then do the MRI scan, because it shows blood flow. He said, I can't. She's not stable enough. And if she dies on the table, it'll upset my staff. We wrote witness statements to this, and he admitted he said that in the inquest. Well, I'm sorry, but, correct me if I'm wrong here. Can you die twice?
I don't think so.
No. So he wouldn't do the MRI scan. They did the next brainstem test on her, but they had to stop it all of a sudden because all the machines went off. And it's interesting. they turned the screen away where they were trying to intubate her again. They told me she had narrowing. Now, going back to the inquest, one of the paramedics with the red epaulets, a critical care one who was in the inquest, Karen Clark, she said when she entered, she found there was resistance trying to get the airway in that she was trying to put in. Well, of course, because Bass has just caused loads of barotrauma by ramming one in that's too big. She said, I assumed it was the mass. So I said, how long have you been a paramedic? And she'd been 14 years, critical care, really well qualified. And so she said 14 years, I think it was. And I said, how many mediastinal masses have you come across? None, she said. I said, but you assumed it was the mass. So I then said, so when you put in the laryngoscope that opens up the airway, and the coroner interrupted, and I told her to be quiet. You know, this was my arena, not hers, because the coroners are not medically trained. They're not Quincy. I don't even know what she trained in, just solicitor, I think she was. She certainly doesn't know the 2009 coroner's guidelines because she just broke them all the time. Anyway, so I said to this Karen Clark, so when you put the laryngoscope in, could you see any tumour? She said, and the coroner interrupted again. I said, stop interrupting me. And I said, was her airway patent? Yes. That means there was no obstruction. Her airway was patent. She was able to pass that airway. So they say, your daughter's brainstem deaf. We're going to turn the ventilator off. Now, at that time, you may remember the case where the two doctors, the two consultants and the little girl, they didn't want them to turn the ventilator off. And the next thing, the father tried to stop them and all the police and the security jump in. The guy has a heart attack. The doctor has a heart attack and he takes them to court. They throw the parents out. It's horrific. So we're all braced because I know if I do anything, they're going to throw us out. Thank God I didn't, because behind the scenes, once we read all the notes in the inquest, they were up to every dirty dealing you can imagine. Liaising with Maidstone, all sorts of stuff. And it's called self-exculpatory evidence, what I'm going to tell you now. And I say this because it's fact, because I've got the notes. And he admitted it in the coroner's court. So they agreed to turn the ventilator off the next day. And of course, we're on the phone. It was too late to get a high court ruling. They never, ever did a blood test to check any drugs are out. I'm in there. And they turn the ventilator off. And I watch my daughter, and I watched her father grab her face, and he fell apart. I went, don't do that, because she's going to stay. Just don't. And I told the staff, and the doctor removes the endotracheal tube, which he shouldn't have done. He shouldn't have done that. But he removes it. And I told them to get out. They leave. And I move the pillow, and I push my daughter's jaw up, because she's had this tube out her mouth. And I put her teddy and a shawl, and I watch her go ashen. And then my daughter said, Mummy, I want to hug her. They were best friends. There was only 19 months between them. They were best friends. She said, I want to hug her. So I lift my daughter up and I pull her over towards me. My daughter got on the bed. She put her arm under her sister and another arm around her. And she went to sleep for 45 minutes, hugging her sister's body as the life drifted out of her. And we left her in privacy. And I said, do not leave this room, ever. And if they tell you to leave, you don't. You call me. We're going to be downstairs. So we go downstairs. My friend and her husband, who are Christians, are with us. My good friend Simone Plow is with me. My ex-husband and I. And my friend goes out and smokes God knows how many fags. We'd been saying, we'd had psalms playing and praying over her. I'm Christian. And I'd said to my daughter when they were going to remove the ventilator, I said, my darling, if the Lord is calling you, it's okay to go. I'll be okay. Daddy will be okay. Oriana will be okay. And I know you've forgiven your brothers. And I've forgiven them. I said, it's okay if the Lord's calling you. And I went downstairs and I'd brushed her hair with a Tangle Tease brush to get hair from the roots. And I'd got this and I'd given it to my ex-husband. I said, keep that, stuff it in a bag, keep it, because we needed it. And We go downstairs, and then we couldn't get the death certificate. And we go back upstairs, and Peter Anderson, I swear, the way he acted. And he said, well, I'm referring this to the coroner. The coroner's going to be very interested in this case. And I said, why? And he said, because of her age, because of that huge mass in her neck. This was a surgical emphysema. What a liar. The mass was there, but not that. And he said, he paused and he put his head to the side and just looked at me and I went, and because it's me, and he went, yes. This is what witnesses saw it and said it. So we go away and we organise for her, and we get the phone call. There's going to be an autopsy. That was all we got. Later, we were to discover that the coroner, Karen Henderson, who doesn't work in Sussex, organises this autopsy. She's ticked no toxicology, don't take any blood, no tissue samples. So now would be a perfect time to take a tissue from the mass and prove that it was what they said it was, right? Because they only had a differential diagnosis. My daughter wouldn't have any more biopsies. She was going to wait a year. This is what she said. She would wait a year for a scan. And they didn't. It was a standard autopsy that was ordered. So they go ahead with this. They didn't tell us we could have a representative, because I would have had one there, would have had a pathologist there. They broke all the coronial service guidelines, and Dr. Peter Anderson, who is a consultant anaesthetist in this area, he removed all the medical paraphernalia from my daughter's body before she goes down for autopsy, before she goes down to the mortuary. You're not allowed to do this. Even I know this. You have to leave everything in situ. Our pathologist said on the stand that only happened once in her career, and it was a big thing. In order to remove all the medical paraphernalia when there's a coroner's inquest, you have to have a particular certificate signed by the coroner. It's in their own guidelines. Jervison guidelines, the 2009 coroner guidelines, written, co-authored by Alison Hewitt, who was brought in from the City of London as a senior barrister in KC to be in the inquest for barrister for the coroner and attack me. So this is, she's approximately on about 10k a day. Taxpayers funding this in Kent. So they don't take any tissue samples. He's removed all the medical paraphernalia. And when I questioned this on the stand, I've now reported it to the police that he's done this because my pathologist said there was no medical paraphernalia in her when she looked at the autopsy report later. I report it to the police because it's perverting the course of justice. I report it to the GMC. I report it to the trust before the inquest. So on the stand, he said, oh, yes, I removed all of that. Please do accept my apologies on behalf of myself and the trust. No, I don't accept them, Peter Anderson, because I'm coming after you. So he said, but I don't believe any of that medical paraphernalia caused her death. She didn't have much in. What did she have in? Well, she had a central line. She had this, she had that, she had this. I said, so quite a lot of equipment then. And he said, I don't believe it caused her death. And he said he believed that she died of a brain injury that happened in the house. He believed she had a heart attack that caused the brain injury caused by the cancer. This is what he said. That's like saying, oh, I stabbed her, but I know it wasn't the knife, so I wiped it clean and tossed it in the river, but that's not the cause of death. You can't say that the hospital or the medical paraphernalia doesn't cause the death. This is why we have autopsies. This is why we have inquests, inquisitorial. Bring all the evidence in. Well, not in this case, because the coroner gets to decide, and she cherry-picked because they had a narrative. That wasn't an inquest for my daughter. It was nothing more than a propaganda slur because of what my daughter's death has uncovered.
My first classes helped for a while.
We get it back, not for me personally, but where it is. And I said, right, have a good look at her. You see, no examination of the brain. So no CT, only a CT that said that there was suspicions of this and this and this. So they never do an MRI scan of her head, and they don't examine her brain to prove that it was brain injury. And that's why they were turning the ventilator off. They do a very basic examination of her heart, which on the inquest states no old or new evidence of infarct. That means no heart attack. No heart attack. That's what it means, people. They didn't preserve her heart. Now, we had our own pathologist at the inquest and she ripped them to pieces. Her transcript of her testimony is phenomenal and you can all read it soon. We can't give you the recordings, but we'll give the transcripts. And they reported her as well. And we gave her report to the police before the inquest. And the police broke their own GDPR by giving that report to the coroner without our permission. That's okay, Joe Shiner, because I'm coming for you right now on that one. As these people all know, we've been very busy behind the scenes waiting for the whole slur to end. So they didn't save her heart. They didn't do any other. There was no heart attack. And yet the coroner's now written heart attack that led to a brain injury caused by non-Hodgkin's lymphoma B. That on the death certificate is worth nothing because none of it can be backed up with evidence, not a single piece of it. So I got my daughter's body back.
I do think you're Danny West, you know. Now, remember, I have you record if you are Danny West. I mean, you have to. Somebody has to be Danny West. You can't be that addicted, and again, I'm not saying to me specifically, but the situation, the whole YouTube thing, which has ended up being just whatever the fuck this is. But yeah, let's again just draw attention to the fact we've got anonymous men talking about fucking sex and shit, but nobody pulls anybody. A child dying, her daughter dying. This is obviously very, very fucking personal to me, this entire situation story. Quite fucking traumatic, this situation in and of itself, even if we weren't listening to this at this point in time. But what are you doing? Talking about sex? Because this is what old lady... Are you fucking... Right, because... YouTube are going to have to, we've obviously got your details, your handles, right? YouTube are going to be put in a position where they're going to have to divulge who you are. Maybe some of you do actually work for YouTube, perhaps, I don't know. Involved in some Pfizer shit, I don't know. Involved in the Red Cross, I don't know. Involved in getting the Grennans locked up, I don't know. There's a lot of dead people. There's a lot of dead people. A lot of people have been locked up, sectioned, suicide. You know, actual suicide and, you know, suicided. And still, as anonymous people, you really think that you're convincing anybody, anywhere, of anything other than exactly what I've been saying all along? Which, again, all the evidence of all of it. I mean, we're literally looking at in real time exactly why I don't have my children with me. This is an exact, so see, she was in the public eye. She, you know, was still around her children, and look, her daughter's dead. So are we really still going to keep going with, I'm a shit mum who abandoned her children? Are we going to keep doing that, are we? I'm not saying Kate should have abandoned her child. I'm not saying that at all. It's just I've been very aware, especially since Mr. Edwards warned me exactly what was going to happen. So, do you know what I mean? Like, we're listening to a woman talking about what exactly my biggest fear, literally, she's literally telling us my biggest fear was exactly that. One of my children dying at the hands of whatever part got them, but one of my children dying and me being able to do nothing about it. This is my worst nightmare that I'm listening to here, and I've got you lot talking about sex in my chat and being vulgar, and you wonder why I call you nonces, obsessed nonces, fucking monsters. And then your Rebecca Elizabeth Penmans, your Michaela Oniovosas, your Babs, your Wendy's, your Valerie Strouds, all of you. Getting kicks out of it. Amy, getting fucking kicked, still talking about baby burgers yesterday, you sick cunt. Your son's gonna fucking hate you. Vile, vile people. Vile people. There needs to be a good, what's the word? Draining of the swamp, let's say, in a lot of places. A lot of fucking places. So fucking sick. So fucking sick. But thank God, it's coming to an end. It is coming to an end. Look at this sick fuck. Who's not delusional and is just in touch with any level of reality would even say something like that at this point? You are so desperate for me to not be me. It's ridiculous. You fucked up so bad. You know you have. So many of you have fucked up so bad. And you're fucked now because you thought you'd get away with it and you're not going to. It's the personality disorder, says the guy who's been sat around with nonces for years on end, telling me I'm getting sectioned, that I'm getting this, I'm getting that, I need to do this, I need to do that, then I need to take all the vulgar, disgusting abuse and then hear about you. It's just like the most absurd, abusive relationships. So many, just because you've got access to somebody, you happily tell them you do it just to get your kicks. You actually say it. This is exactly why I'm feeling what she's saying, because the doctors are just mocking her in her face over the death of their child that they're causing. This is going on everywhere. And you sick cunts are part of it. Are you that fucked in the head on your drugs and your alcohol? I don't know. Probably a lot of the time, but you are part of this satanic situation that is oppressing and traumatizing and fucking up women and children all over the planet. And the mockery that comes off the back of it is just, it's disgusting. But it's going on everywhere, and because people are too scared to see it for how bad it is, unless it's happening to them, people just ignore it and allow it to go on. Well, thank God she's got balls. She knows what she's talking about. She knows the law. She knows what she's doing, and she's doing it. But you think people aren't going to see how strange it is that there's a group of lads here now still just being sick and just ignoring what this woman's saying? If anything, it's just to make her or me to ridicule. You don't think that people are going to just see that this is a bit fucked up, fellas? And all the fucking idiots that have jumped in on this gig, what is your fucking purpose? What are you doing? Why are you here on YouTube? We know a lot of money. Are you one of the people that got paid a lot of money? If not, what's your purpose? Why are you on YouTube? Do you have your own ID? Because it's especially bad if you get paid and you don't have your own ID, or you're taking perks, or you're covering up paedophilia or genocide, and you don't even use your own ID. Because that would mean generally you're getting perks somewhere that will then need to be explored by the relevant authorities in due course. That's what's going to happen. Like I've said a million times, I can't make anybody do anything, but we can hold people to account. Okay, so if the right people aren't in the positions at the moment, then the wrong people need to step down and let the right people step in. The positions are there. The work's there to be done, or a lot of the work's that it's been done, just needs to be signed off by the people in the position. If we need to switch around who's in the positions, that's what we need to do. And look at you flapping 3 in a row, boom, boom, boom. She's a repeat offender. So, oh my God, you're talking about me, you fucking weird cunt, a repeat offender for hurty words on the internet, defending myself, because literally all we've got on the internet is our words and ID, and you fucking melts don't even have your ID. Pathetic cunt, so pathetic.
Recordings, but we'll give the transcripts. And they've reported her as well. And we gave her report to the police before the inquest. And the police broke their own GDPR by giving that report to the coroner without our permission. That's okay, Joe Shiner, because I'm coming for you right now on that one. As these people all know, we've been very busy behind the scenes waiting for the whole slur to end. So they didn't save her heart. They didn't do any other. There was no heart attack. And yet the coroner's now written heart attack that led to a brain injury caused by non-Hodgkin's lymphoma B. That on the death certificate is worth nothing because none of it can be backed up with evidence, not a single piece of it. So I got my daughter's body back, but they've got the wrong name on the death certificate. The original death certificate just said large cell lymphoma B, and we got them to remove that. And it said to be determined at inquest. Now the Banana Republic's come up with complete rubbish that Peter Anderson comes up with. I believe it was this, this, and this. What? So we have an autopsy, but we believe the doctor from the intensive care unit that trains the paramedics and the air ambulance, the very ones that overdosed her with adrenaline, that should have given her a pediatric or a small person's dose, according to their own literature. And how do we know she was overdosed on adrenaline? Because she had copious amounts of pink, frothy mucus streaming down her nose. The suction bottles were full of it. Her SATs began to drop. And when we said to him about the pink, frothy mucus, he said, oh, yes, I saw it. But I've never seen that at any other time in my career. Really? When you're training the air ambulance, when you're training paramedics, when you're a dean at the universities, when you're a top anaesthetist, and it says in your own training manual that pink frothy mucus and pulmonary edema, which they've diagnosed now on a scan, which we now have all the notes, diagnosed on the scan states pulmonary edema. All the evidence is there, and it states that these are absolute indicators of adrenaline overdose in small people and children is pink frothy sputum, the mucus, which the suction bottle, when I got there, was half full and there was suctioning out of her nose. And my friend said they've emptied that bottle. That was full. And he said he's never seen it before. There are so many publications on PubMed and everywhere about that very thing. So I find it very hard to believe that someone of that position, who's a dean, who trains, doesn't know that. Really? Well, I'm coming for all of you. You just have to get all of the evidence, and it's all there. So they put the wrong name on the death certificate. So now I can't go and apply for administrator, because if I do, what am I doing? I'm committing fraud. It took us nearly 6 months to get that corrected. But anyway, we go to an undertaker that we know, and we have my daughter cremated, and we have a celebration of her life. And there was only 25 of us there, the 7 friends. She named 6 of them, my daughter, and I'll tell you about that at the end. And we have a wonderful ceremony. But before we leave to go to the place where we were having the meal with everything she loved, the flowers and her pictures and all her friends talking about who she is, I go into the back, and there's her white coffin. The flowers are taken off, and there's the undertaker and the guy that owns the crematorium. And the oven is fired up because we paid extra for that. They don't cremate you all in the same day normally because it's too costly. I brought her into the world. And the undertaker, who's a good friend, he was with us at the funeral. He said, when you're ready, Kate. Her dad couldn't come in, and I'd seen her at the funeral place. She was just wrapped in one white cotton sheet, which is biblical. And I'd seen her. I was the only one who saw her. This tiny, beautiful girl. And there I was standing next to, and I could feel the heat of the oven. And I could see it. And she's on this runner. And I said, I'm ready. Yes. And the door opened, and all the heat came out, and her coffin went in. And I watched the door go down. And my daughter was now. And the next day I got her ashes, and the next day I pressed a big red button on the emails, and we began. We had the celebration of her life. We stayed 2 nights there, and we came back and we started. Now, I haven't told anybody this. but I want to tell you. And I decided you were going to be the one I would go public and tell about this. I'm good friends with the pathologist now, very good friends with her. I'd already looked into near-death experiences in my lifetime because when I'd nursed people, I've seen a lot of death. I worked in a gynecology ward as well, where we did abortions, suction termination of abortion. I've blood all over my hands. And I've seen people traumatically die gradually. I've done last rites where you wash them, you tag them, you tie the toes, the knees, the wrists together, ready for them to go down to the mortuary. This is why I know you don't remove anything. You tape everything in situ. And there was times in my career where I've thought, who is that? I was in a room once and I thought, I felt like there was nobody in there when I went in, just me, the nurse, and that was it. But the nurse had gone off to get something. And I'm looking at the guy and I opened the door quickly on a room because I thought, there's someone else in here. And I was only young. And that stayed with me. It was just at the end of my nurse training, Glasgow Royal Infirmary. So I'm fast asleep. It's 3 weeks after my daughter's death. We're talking constantly about this brain injury, and I'm talking to my researcher, my ex-husband, and they didn't open her head, and what are we going to do about this? And all of a sudden, my daughter wakes me up, and she's right in my face above me, and she's shouting, "Mummy! Mummy!" And that's how they used to shout me when they used to get cross in my house. And my daughter has hands like mine. Rub your finger on my hand. They're really soft, but they don't look it.
They're all right.
Yeah, they're like transvestite hands. They're really big. My daughter had beautiful, delicate hands, but she had my skin, wrinkly. She was the only one of my 3 kids that looked like me, but she was much better in every way, better looking, better everything, smarter. Anyway, she had these funny hands, and she said, "Mummy, Mummy!" And I thought, oh my gosh, but she's dead. Does she not know she's dead? What is this? Oh. And she said, "Why are you holding on to my head? Why are you holding on to my head?" And I thought, am I awake? Am I asleep? And all of a sudden I felt her hands. I was asleep with one hand above my head, one down. I felt her little hands slide into my hands. It was the most surreal experience. And I gripped them and was rubbing to see if I could feel the skin. And it was her hands. And I gripped them. And I just went to sleep, back to sleep. Anyway, I woke up. It was an hour later. I didn't realise because I looked at my clock when she'd shouted. It was 12:30 and now it's 1:30. And I thought, God, I need the toilet. And her hands were still there. And I let go of her hands and I felt totally peaceful. Totally, utterly peaceful about it all. 3 weeks later. And I went to the bathroom and I sat there and I thought, why are you holding on to my head? Why are you holding on to my head? So when I go back to bed, the next day I get up and I have this ritual. I go into the room that was her sitting room. We call it the Coimbra Suite because she lived in Portugal for a year as part of her 4-year Cambridge course. She was at Cambridge Uni. And there's a great picture of her and all her beloved books and her these little ruby red slippers that she had.
Again, for the benefit of anybody that's still struggling to figure out why I've got an issue with all of the people that have jumped into bed with these characters to platform them, abuse me, silence me, allow for the most disgusting slander and whatnot to replace my real life when I had no interest in this fucking fake popularity contest or telling each other to suck your mums and all of this. So I was doing real life, you know, and quite concerned about a lot of things that were already going on in the real world. But what we've got here, so we're just going to ignore this woman talking about her daughter, and I've just explained why. Obviously, this is for me. I just can't believe this is happening. I literally still every single day cannot believe that you're still doing this. Can't believe you're still. So we're just going to still pretend that you're not hearing this account of what's actually going on. You're still trying to talk about something, and you're lying. I haven't touched cocaine. In the last time I was anywhere near cocaine is when I found it on my children's father's work trousers, a wrap. That's the last I encountered cocaine. I haven't done it for I can't remember. So no, I was not on cocaine at all. Okay, I did have a panic attack and didn't manage to take a breathalyzer, and I did accidentally assault a police officer on the way in. They did note, though, for all of you that like to tell me how not strong I am, they did fucking note a few times, and it's on camera how many of them it did take to get me moved around in the station itself at times. Okay, so no, I was not coped up. That was Russell McGarry's daughter, I believe. You're crossing wires. This is why we're not supposed to gossip about people in public. You're not supposed to gossip about people at all. You're especially not supposed to do it in public, okay, as anonymous people, whilst she's already just told you that her worst nightmare is being spoken about by a woman in a very similar situation, is actually living through it and explaining it to us. And you're trying to do this to me, trying to tell me that I was coked up when that just didn't happen. Now, again, what's the rest of the world going to make of this situation? Who needs to hear these things about what Kaylee was doing and how many years ago anyway? And I'm a coke freak, says the actual coke freak man who tells us that he comes here to abuse me and laugh at me. And this is why YouTube, this is all going to get sent to you. You're not going to be able to get out of this. Your fucking platform has allowed this to go on for how many fucking years? Whilst our children die and suffer at the hands of sadistic cunts. All right, so every piece of shit in YouTube that's made money out of the suffering of me and other people, you are going to be held to account. All right? That's all I can say, whether it's by me, by God, by your own families, by your own conscience, whatever. Okay, there's no way in hell people don't know some of the shit that's going on. It was too fucking obvious. But again, like I say, I've been working really hard with AI to make sure that all of this is well documented in places that can't be sabotaged. And my job's done as far as I'm concerned. So you lot crack on talking about my children, my past, my life, how shit I am, whilst this woman's telling us about her daughter dying. You don't make it look whatsoever that you're anything to do with paedophiles or Big Pharma or the media at all. You must just be normal, decent human beings. Mustn't be invested in any of these despicable things whatsoever. I mustn't be a bit concerned now because it's all with you very soon. And people aren't going to be impressed, are they?
Went to the bathroom and I sat there and I thought, why are you holding on to my head? Why are you holding on to my head? So when I go back to bed the next day, I get up and I have this ritual. I go into the room that was her sitting room. We call it the Coimbra Suite because she lived in Portugal for a year as part of a 4-year Cambridge course. She was at Cambridge Uni. And there's a great big picture of her and all her beloved books and her these little ruby red slippers that she had. And every morning and every night I hit this 528 hertz bowl. I hit it and I go, morning Paloma or good night Paloma. And I went and I hit this bong and I said, what are you trying to tell me? Tell me, guide me, lead me. And that was it. And the next thing, myself and my researcher, Stuart Wilkie, took off and we found the paramedic 1, 2 and 3 trials. The paramedic 3 trial was using, because it was never about her head. It was her heart. She was never in cardiac arrest. She passed out. She passed out. That's what happened. Paramedic 3 trial, the paramedic 1, 2, ran by Gavin Perkins at Warwick University with Charles Deakin, who is involved with the air ambulance. In 2017, Jeremy Hunt said they were going to use the air ambulance as, quote, a scouting expedition to identify organs earlier. On the 1st of June 2021, Matt Hancock said the United Kingdom was going to become the biggest organ donors in the world. Everyone is an organ donor now. As of May 20th, 2020, I covered this in COVID times. Unless you opt out, you're all an organ donor. the National Organ Retrieval Service, and they have a snod nurse embedded in every intensive care unit to identify prospective donors. They can approach your loved ones and family, even if you say you don't want to be a donor. They can get their opinion, oh yeah, I think they would now, and use you. The best organ donors are under 30 with a beating heart, a circulation ideally on a ventilator. There's no such thing as brain stem dead. You cannot be dead to take an organ. It's impossible. You have to be alive. They give you all those drugs I've just talked about. And this is what we found. The paramedic 1 and 2 trial using 1 milligram of adrenaline every 3 to 5 minutes. The French study showed by the 3rd bout, your brain is wrecked. They're using up to 10 doses. The World Health Organization now says they're adopting the paramedic trials from the United Kingdom across the world. The paramedic 3 study was done in East Sussex. When my daughter was alive, when this incident happened, we've gone backwards and forwards to Warwick University. They're pulling all kinds of laws. We don't need to tell you this, this, and this. And the paramedic 3 was a cost analysis. It was a cost analysis. Was it cheaper to give you intravenous, or was it cheaper to give you with the intraosseous into your leg, which they just drill you straight away? The gun comes from Israel. I'm just telling you, it's not because I'm picking this or this. I'm just telling you the drug comes, Teva Pharmaceuticals, which has got firms now in this country, is the biggest supplier of adrenaline to the UK. Merck Pharmaceuticals, their market at the moment there is 3.6 billion in adrenaline. And by 2032, it's going to be 7.11 billion for adrenaline, because they're expecting more people to need adrenaline, be it cardiac arrest or anaphylaxis.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday. Where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh my God.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Yeah, like fuck. None of us have ever done anything to the levels of what Esau have done. Yet you're obsessed with us. Esau, on the other hand, you're terrified of, aren't you? You are terrified of Esau. On that note, big up in the super chat. Another 19.99 from our Athena. She put, "We are family. Hey, 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 hey. Hogshead trolls." Wait, let me think that through. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. We've got all the Hogshead trolls with me. No, that doesn't fit. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got Hogshead trolls all with me. No, one more time. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got all Hogshead. No, I've got Hogshead trolls. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. That works. We are family. Hey, 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 yeah. I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. Hey, 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 yeah. Fucking finally, big up. Getting dry mouth then.
So they also make shoes of the skin, of the baby's skin.
They got a special tool and they put it in the skin and like in the baby's skin, and then they
take it out, and then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky,
and
stick
they
it on
make
the
shoe with the sole
and
and
the flip flops. They stick it on the flip flops.
They got flip flops and like those shoes, like the one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this big, it got a big star on its baby skin, but it's not like, it's you can do it coloured, but it's not like, it's a bit see-through there.
For the skin?
Yes, it's skin.
Okay, well, sorry to...
A big black star, it was... Wait, pause. I have to go and draw the star picture on the shoe. The paper's downstairs.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes and they do sex to her, mostly.
Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher or specific teachers?
No, the whole school does it. The whole school, and we got our own church too. So because they do that, because after, as I said, we kill babies, we drink their blood, we eat them. But then after so the social services who are in it, they go to families.
The future teaches you to be alone. The present to be afraid and cold. So if I can't shoot rabbits, then I can't shoot fascists. Bullets fire brain today, but we'll forget it all again. Monuments put from pen to paper,
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? Voldemort. That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
My children. She's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. No, she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Are you coming to the
Everyone has AIDS. AIDS, AIDS, AIDS. AIDS, 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 AIDS. Everyone has AIDS. And so this is the end of our story. And everyone is dead from AIDS. It took from me my best friend, my only true pal, my only bright star. Well, I'm gonna march on Washington, lead the fight and charge the brigades. There's a hero inside of all of us. I'll make them see everyone has AIDS. My father, AIDS. My sister, AIDS. My uncle and my cousin and her best friend, AIDS. The gays and the straights and the whites and the spades. Everyone has AIDS. My grandma and my dog go blue. AIDS, AIDS, AIDS. The Pope has got it and so do you. AIDS, 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 come on, everybody, we got quilting to do. We're gonna break down these barricades. Everyone has AIDS, 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 AIDS.
I wasn't going to do one of these, but honestly, I've been listening back to them myself all day yesterday. I was in and out of someone's live because my daughter and I went and got our nails done, and in between waiting for different sections to be done, I was looking in, and then we went off out with the grandkids and for dinner and stuff like that. So I was in and out. But honestly, one person's going to come in and say hello? Probably not, because it's probably Voldemort. And yes, this is about you, Voldemort. Fully 100% about you. Yep. I'm going to wish Elmswell a happy Christmas. Hey, Helen! I'm going to wish Elmswell the happiest of Christmases that they ever expected to get. Because she's no longer living there anymore. She'll be gone. You can have a party now. But honestly, the woman needs help. Now, I've been listening back to little bits of it, and someone sent me a clip of her. Hey, Pip! She accused Wallace Hoopley of killing Sabina. Now, what the fuck is that all about? Or is she just so jumbled up that she can't make it quite clear what she's on about? Honestly, I don't know. But this fucking thing, honestly, she is openly saying, she's openly telling people to go and kill other people. Why is the police not doing something about her? I'm getting really, really, really frustrated. They're not doing their job. Why is this thing allowed to spew her shit? That is what she is doing. She's saying, I want you dead, I want you dead, I want you dead. I mean, I thought threats to kill were against the law. Honestly, I wasn't even going to do a live, but I can't listen to any more of this. This has to be sorted out. And either it does get sorted out, or we all need to get together to make sure it does get sorted out. Because I cannot go into 2026 with this again. I can't. What's that? Malcolm's for her. What's Malcolm's? As you can hear, I've got a bloody bad throat. But honestly, it's like, oh, I don't know. I mean, it's been 2 years since that thing's been back. And she has got 200% worse. Oh, right, yeah, oh, right, okay, yeah. She has got worse she's got definitely 200% worse. At least before Jake came back, all right, she might have spazzed out, but you would have been able to have sort of like a conversation to start with. I mean, this is just not good enough. This is just not good enough. I'd like to know the hospital that she was put into. Because I think we need to all write them a letter, because she actually does need to be in there. It's like I said on Ghost the other day, and I'm quite happy to admit that I said it. That's the thing with Hayley, she won't admit what she does. Yeah. I said on Ghost, the only people I've ever called heroes or nonces are Jake and Kaylee, and that is because I actually, truly, 100% believe that they are both paedophiles, both of them. Yeah, both of them. I used to think it was just Jake, and she was just an enabler, but no, she's flapping at the moment. You can hear it in her voice. You can hear it in her thing. And I'd be interested to see why she's being moved, because has she told lies? Has she told lies to the authorities that she is being threatened by us, or that she's under some sort of duress, like she tries to say, and blah blah blah? Because none of that is true. None of that is true. She is not under duress. She is not being threatened. Nobody wants to go to her house. For one, we don't want to go near the fucking stink. I can imagine it's fucking disgusting. Is Wavy here? Helen, is Wavy in here? Because I can't see him. Wavy, if you're in here, hi hun. But honestly, I can't go into 2026 until this gets sorted out. So I'm asking for everybody, for all of us, to get together to get it sorted out. Oh, I don't know how to do that on here. Anyway, Wavy, you're very welcome, hun. But we have to turn around. Pip or Helen, can you tell me if Wavy actually says anything that I need to actually know what he's saying? Because I can't see him, and I don't know how to change the settings on this, and I'm not going off and coming back and starting another one, because this is just irrelevant. Person I'm talking about, somebody that's not important. So I can't go into 2026 with this. Yeah, morning, Wavy, honey. I can't go into 2026 with this thing anymore. She said yesterday directly to me she wants me dead. I know she said it to Helen. I think she said it to Pip. I'm not sure. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Wavy. But I just don't. I just, it's so frustrating. I mean, listening to her, I just do not know how. If she was in a mental home, she either did not show them this side of her, or they're just really a bad fucking. They're just not good at their jobs. I don't know which one. But I just literally, I don't know. I can't go into this thing needs fucking sorting out, and that is what she is. She is a fucking thing. Tell me you want me dead, you fucking bitch. Yeah, and like I said on Ghost, and I will reiterate it again, I have never called anybody else a nonce or a paedophile, yeah, only you two, and I say that because I actually believe it. I think that you hourly, you daily put children's lives at risk. You give people's addresses out that are actually, hey! Morning, John Williams. She gives people's addresses out that she knows that there's children there, and she doesn't give a monkey's. Like I said, I am looking for John Williams. I've just made you a mod, hun. I literally, I'm looking for as much help as possible, because we have to stop this. We cannot be having this. I mean, what's Wallace Hoogley got to do with Sabina? I mean, accusing Wallace Hoogley of killing Sabina. Are you for real? I don't know. Sometimes I don't know whether to laugh or cry, to be honest with you, honestly. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, I thought the internet was supposed to be, like, monitored and shit like that. Well, there ain't no fucking monitoring going on here, is there? Yeah? But they can turn around and they can get little posts from people, about slating a certain religion. Yeah? Oh, Helen, what did Wavy say? Because I can't believe it. I can't see him. If you slate a certain religion, they're knocking at your door. Yeah, threatening to fucking kill people, and you get fucking let off. I want you dead. That's all she ever says. I want you dead. I want you dead. I think she's lying about the section, and it takes more than 1 week to be assessed and other things. Yeah, but did she not let herself, did she not put herself in voluntarily? I think she put herself in voluntarily to get out of being in court. Well, I mean, and John Patterson is, hey, Lynn, see? What's going on? Hey, oh, here we are. Hi, Lynn. I just like, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I honestly don't know what the answer is. But I cannot go. I'm very well. So I've got a sore throat again. I had this cold and it keeps going and then coming back and then going and then coming back. Just seems to like me. But JOJ is here. No, Helen, you know what to do, hon. I don't want anything bad here. Yes, I think there's a case 1 unit, but that is not as a section in such low risk. You can come and go as legally. Yeah, that's what I think. I think that's what. Okay, so who is this Helen Jones 2? Oh right, okay, yeah. I don't know. I just find it funny. Hello, Jojo. You okay? Just made you a mod, Jojo. You don't have to have any responsibility mod-wise. Just it's a way of me knowing that I know you and that you're fine. Dragged her in, Babs. Just like it pisses me off. I can't believe that we're just about to end, just over a week away from ending another year, and we're having to go in. But I'm almost sure that we could all go to Elmswell at the moment, and they would be having the biggest village party that anybody has ever seen. Yeah, but I would like to know. I mean, is she being moved into an asylum? Probably. But like I said, and I will say it again, so that if she's listening to, I should be listening to bits of this anyway. Yes, Jojo, Merry Christmas to everybody. Like I said on Ghost.
Well, so they also make shoes of the skin of the baby's skin.
They got a special tool and they put it in the skin and like in the baby's skin, and then they
take it out, and then they stick it because the blood is kind of sticky,
and
stick
they
it on
make the shoe with the sole
on
and
the flip flops. They stick it on the flip flops.
They got flip flops and like those shoes like. The one that I like, the ones that I showed my mum in the shoe shop in Grand Cross. Those ones with this big, it got a big star on its baby skin, but it's not like
blood clots. We're seeing loads of people with unnatural blood clots,
it's not
like white calamari inside them. The coroners won't talk about it; they just don't want to talk about it. Heart attacks, strokes, cancers. They're not cancers, it's these white clots inside them.
And what do you think they are?
I think it's a result of COVID vaccines. And it's been well documented by people far cleverer than me. And I've been shouting about it for years, but people just don't seem to want to acknowledge it. Mostly people like the coroners, most doctors, government ministers, they won't talk about it. They don't want to know. I've even been to the police station. They don't want to know. They won't even talk to me about it.
And what do these clots look like?
I've got some here if you want to see them.
Yeah, go for it. Wow. So all of these sort of calamari-looking clots, you've taken them out of people's circulation system.
So there are two types of death. We've got an expected death, where there's no need for a post-mortem, and then we've got an unexpected death. Early on, we were finding them in post-mortem cases. So the way that works is we had a young lad of 30 in, and he died suddenly, and the family asked us to embalm him. Now, because he'd had a post-mortem, he'd been opened up and chopped about, and then they put all the bits back in and they sew him up. So obviously his circulatory system has been compromised. And when we embalm someone, we use the circulatory system. So the way that works is on a straight case, someone that hasn't had a post-mortem, we call it a straight case, is they make an incision there on the carotid artery, and then we've got an L-shaped nozzle that we pop down the artery, we tie it off with twine, and they pump formaldehyde around the body using that circulatory system, that artery network, and it goes everywhere. And the idea is to get formaldehyde all around your body. And there's a couple of purposes. One is the fluid is pink, so it adds colour back to someone. And number two is it preserves them. It's got like preservative properties, formaldehyde. So it stops the deterioration in the body, stops nature taking its course, and it presents people better. Now, if someone's been chopped about after a post-mortem, clearly you can't do that, because if you picture it, you connect there, it would leak out everywhere where they took all their organs out and put them back in. Because every organ has arteries feeding it and a venous supply, like a veins returning. And so this particular young lad, we undid the stitches, we took the organs out, and then you have to manually target all the severed arteries inside the body cavity. And you can see them, and to picture them, it's like cut straws. You know, like you get a McDonald's straw, imagine that cut sitting inside your body in the top of your leg. You can see that's the femoral artery. So you target that, and then you tie the pump to it, you pump fluid down it, and he would move the leg about to get the fluid moving, and you would see his toes go pink as the fluid reached the bottom of the toes. So then you could stop, knowing that the full limb was embalmed, and you go to the next limb. And this lad, when we tried to do this, his femoral artery was blocked. So my guy, my embalmer, and he's BIE certified, he's done 24 years, I think now, got the tweezers and pulled this obstruction out to be able to get the pump in. And he's pulled and pulled and pulled, and he's pulled out a clot the entire length of this guy's leg. And I've never, ever seen, I mean, I worked for the coroner for 7 years. I've never seen anything like it in anyone before. He's done 20 odd years. He's never seen anything like it before. And we're finding this now constantly inside people that have all been COVID vaccinated. So that's what we're seeing. So I reached out to my local coroner and kind of said, look, I'm really concerned, you know, we've got a young lad of 30 in, we've pulled out about half a pound of this crap out of him. I know you've post-mortemed him. What is it? You know, what is it? We've never seen it before. Do you need samples? Have you got samples? How can we help? You know, no reply at all, firstly, by the email. And I emailed because I wanted a paper trail, because I knew then what was happening. I took a phone call about 4 days later. It was from one of the girls in the office who doesn't work with bodies. They're in the office. And she said, well, we spoke to the pathologist. He said, don't worry, you can dispose of them. It's perfectly natural. It grows post-mortem. So what that means is basically they're saying that when you die, rubber grows throughout your arteries all of a sudden. And it's perfectly normal. Well, I can tell you, having done this job for 18 years, 7 years picking up bits out the road, that isn't normal. That isn't normal. And it's only, and every one of these people was COVID vaccinated. How do I know? Because I meet the family at the point of arrangement and I ask them, I say, was mum COVID vaccinated? And they say, yes. And they tell me. And because the government made such a big thing about you must be vaccinated. If you don't, you're selfish, you're dangerous, you can't work, you can't travel. You're killing people if you don't. People are only too forthcoming then to tell you their vaccine status. And they did get good coverage. A lot of people were vaccinated. These are the people that are dying.
Can I pick one of these up?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah. No, they're sealed. They're formaldehyde.
I'm just. It's not disrespectful, is it?
No, not at all. This is clinical waste. But these are not normal clots. Usually it's red jelly clots. These are not normal.
And they are like calamari.
Yeah, and they're very rubbery in texture. I wouldn't advise that you get one out and hold it, obviously, but they're very rubbery in texture. They're very tough, and it's very interesting because if you do a search for the drug heparin, that's a blood thinning thing that they use in hospitals to thin blood, and it won't have any effect on this because this is totally different pathology. And John Campbell talked about this extensively with myself and Major Tom Haviland.
I mean, some are really thick.
So this reflects in the size of the vessels that it's growing in. The bigger the vessel, the bigger it's got to grow to block it.
Right.
So the smaller ones are from smaller vessels.
So these clots will keep growing until it fills the space.
Yeah, and then you have a heart attack and die. Right. Or you're diagnosed, or you're short of breath, and you go and he says, oh, you've got stage 4 lung cancer. And it isn't that. It's these growing inside your lungs.
After seeing that, what was it like being a funeral director during the pandemic?
So initially, I was very frightened. You know, I'm an ex-smoker, I'm asthmatic. I was, you know, in my 50s, early 50s. I was frightened. And here we're told, I mean, I first learned about COVID from, I had a family come to see me who had lost someone in the neighbouring borough of Northampton, at Northampton General Hospital. And we serve kind of 30-mile radius, sometimes do Bedford. And they complained that the hospital wouldn't let them see their loved one, which was unusual. So the way that works is wherever there's a mortuary in a hospital, people die on the ward, they take them down to the ward, and then if you contact the bereavement department, they'll arrange for you to be able to do a viewing So you can go down and they'll lay them out and you can see them at rest, you know, and they don't make much effort. But, you know, you can see mum at peace, if you like, whereas she might have been thrashing about and suffering on the ward prior to death. And it's helped some people. But this family said they requested a viewing and they wouldn't let them have it. So I said, well, don't worry. I said, I'll go to Northampton quickly, because I always do. The next day I went to Northampton, picked this person up. I believe it was a woman. But this was first week of December 2019, right? So, and I happened to mention while I was there, because you'd get to know the staff, you know. And I said, well, the family said you wouldn't do a viewing. Why? Why is that? And I thought perhaps they were having the room done out or refurbishment or, you know. And he opened the door. He didn't say anything. He just opened the viewing room door. And there was a inflatable pandemic tent in there, filling up most of the room. And it was like a kid's bouncy castle, but with loads of pigeonholes in it that are obviously for bodies. And I knew what it was. I had an idea what it was because I'm in the industry. And I kind of said, what's that for? And he said, oh, we've been told there's something really horrible coming. And he didn't mention the word COVID, but he said, we've been told there's something really horrible coming. And that was when I first knew there was something coming. So what do? I kind of went away and I was like, fuck. Okay, because I'd never known anything like that before. You know, they don't spend money they ain't got to spend. So I rang my mum and I rang my brother and kind of said, well, I've been told this is coming. And then in January, the news broke and we were shown pictures of people falling over in China in the streets, dying in the streets. And they made real effort to tell us how terrible it was, and it attacked the lungs and it was a respiratory thing. And I was really frightened. And the first kind of 12, 16 weeks, I believed it. But then I gradually saw through what I knew was a lie. And that was what started me down the road to realising what was going on. And I think the first thing was, when I cast my mind back, like when I came here, we sat here and, you know, you didn't tell me any question you were going to ask me. We had a chat and a coffee. You didn't brief me on what you were going to say and what answers you wanted. You know, it's kind of flowed naturally, I feel. Well, I had a phone call from the BBC. I had a woman and a bloke cameraman turn up at the funeral home. And they said, we want to talk to you about COVID and the precautions you're taking. And I was happy to do that, you know, because you think you're helping. And we was told there was a COVID and I believed it. And this couple sat down and they spent about 40 minutes briefing me on every aspect of what they were going to ask me. And I'd never done an interview before. So you go with the flow. If they're telling you to do that and that's what they want, that's what you do. And I bitterly regret it now because all I did was promote their garbage. They made me sit there in like a mask. And I remember at the time being a bit pissed off because I'd bought a mask to keep myself safe and everyone was buying PPE and we were struggling to get it because everyone was panicking. And so we were most at risk. And here I am fucking wasting a glove and an apron for a photo shoot thing, you know, but that was what they wanted. And, you know, I was trying to tell people, you know, make sure you're careful. Yeah, there is a COVID. And that's what we was told. And then in about March, April time, I took a phone call from a guy, John, and this was when it really started falling apart. So the first thing was there were no more deaths than normal. It was a regular death rate, but we were picking up people they'd labelled as COVID, but no more of them than normal. So the numbers weren't any different. And then I took a phone call from this guy called John, and he said to me, hi, my name's John. He said, I'm working for a government-sponsored company. So one of the government ministers had this company that he'd set up, like they did with the PPE and everything else, and it was called Pandemic Resilience. And his job was to ring round, he explained himself, he said, my job is to ring round all of the funeral directors as part of the pandemic response. And I was like, okay, what do you need to know? You know, and he said, I need to know what your capacity is, first of all, how many you can hold. And I told him, and he said, I need to know who you've picked up, where from, and how many are COVID. Every week, I'm going to ring on a Monday, he said. Every Monday, I'm going to ring you. And I was like, fine. And I would give him that info, and he'd ring up every Monday. And almost straight away, he started steering me. And by that, I mean, I would say, because I knew that he would ring, I was trying to find out the information to give it to him. So normally I would liaise with the family. I wouldn't ask any questions about COVID or anything like that because that was pre-COVID. But I was finding out who was COVID, who weren't. Was there a doctor present? Was there a test done? You know, and the circumstances. Because I knew this guy would ring on a Monday, and then I could reel off to him. Well, I've picked up Jimmy and Tom and the things about it. So this was at a time when the doctors had stopped attending deaths. And we was told that was to protect the NHS, weren't we? And all the doctors were sitting at home with an headset on, working down the phone for a COVID payment on double money. So they were quite happy to do that, you know. And this guy started steering me straight away, and I would say to him, right, I picked up a guy from Kent's Care Home, right, and I think it's got 90 beds in this particular care home. And I said he'd been there 5 years. I've liaised with the staff at the point of collection. They told me he was an onset dementia patient. He'd been there 5 years. I then met the family on the Monday, and they confirmed he was there 5 years. He had onset dementia. There was no doctor in attendance. There was no COVID test done. He wasn't COVID. And straight away, he would insist he had to put him down as a COVID death. And I was like, what do you mean, John? I've just told you. And I remember it got my back up a little bit, because here we are trying to make a pandemic response, and he's fucking the figures. He's lying. And I'm telling him, and I've made the effort, and I'm frightened, and I'm telling him the truth, and he's not listening. And he's openly admitting he's going to put it down as a COVID death. And I said, well, why? And he said to me, he said, they've been told that in this 90-bed care home, there was one positive test for COVID. And that person then went on to die. Didn't die from COVID, just gave a positive test. So they were under instruction that everyone from that day onwards was to be put as a COVID death, regardless of what they died from. And I remember sitting there and thinking, you're having a fucking laugh. What's the point in that? And this went on throughout 2020, everyone they possibly could. And they were paying out big money for every time COVID went on a death certificate. They were getting thousands of pounds, the hospital. So what do you think went on every death certificate? COVID. I had families that were told they would get money towards the funeral if they could put COVID on the death certificate. Unbelievable. Fucking mental. Why would you do that if it wasn't just a push to convince people of COVID? And this went on throughout 2020. And by October, this guy openly admitted to me on the phone, he said, I don't know why I'm doing this job. Everyone is saying the same thing. There are no COVID deaths. That's what the guy openly admitted to me. And then he said, I'm not going to be calling no more. There's no need. Well, this was back in October of 2020, before they'd even rolled the jabs out. So Rainer Fulmick put it perfectly on Reflection, where the jabs were never about COVID. COVID was about the jabs and convincing the people of the need for these jabs. So there was no more funerals in 2020 than any other year, but there was loads of COVID deaths. So of course, come January 2021, everyone's lining up to be saved by a fucking non-existent illness. And I was washing and dressing them the whole way through. The whole way through, every one of them. I had funeral directors sending families to me because they was going to these funeral directors and saying, well, I lost my mum over a Zoom call. I really would like to spend some time with her. And they were all like, no washing, no dressing. I was calling Catholic priests who wouldn't even come and bless a closed fucking coffin. And in the end, I'd ring, they'd say, please ring them, please. It means everything. They'd hang up on me. As soon as my phone, they'd pick up the phone, they'd hear it was me, and they would hang up because they knew I'd be asking them to come and bless a closed fucking coffin. That's men of God, and they were Catholic priests. So, and I washed and dressed them all throughout 2020, you know. I never wore a mask because I couldn't fucking breathe in a mask.
So do you not believe in COVID at all?
I believe there was something that was hospitalising people, being that perhaps, and don't get me wrong, I've had the insight to be very privileged position to sit at some very influential meetings with some very clever people, politicians included. Now, I believe there was something that was hospitalising people, and the rest was then done with malfeasance in the hospitals. Now, what I would like your listeners to do is cast their mind back to 2020, 2021. What was the only antiviral treatment they would offer a COVID patient? Was a drug called remdesivir, right? So I want people to Google common side effects or side effects of remdesivir and just have a look at the results. There will be loads of results come up. One of them is a website called drugs.com, and it's kind of layman terms. It breaks it down. Difficulty breathing, wheeziness, tight chest. Why would you give that to a respiratory patient unless you were trying to generate COVID deaths? That's what they were doing. They were doing it because that was government policy, was the only drugs they were allowed to administer was remdesivir. Have a look at the common side effects of remdesivir. Have a look for yourself. You can Google it on your phone. Tell me if you think it's conducive to the recovery in a respiratory patient. You then put them on ventilation, right? People that didn't even need ventilating were put on a ventilator because they were paid to do that. And then what the ventilator does is it overfills the lungs, tears the lungs, and makes that condition worse. And now, as a funeral director, when I was picking up these COVID patients, they all had the same story, right? Mum never went into hospital with COVID. She went in with a water infection, and then they spam tested her in there until they got a positive result and moved her on the COVID ward. She was asymptomatic, and then they gave her the drugs to make her better, even though she weren't fucking ill. They gave her remdesivir, and they ventilated her, and she went and died of COVID. That's what they were doing. And I was picking these people up that they labelled as COVID deaths, and their body bags were kind of half filled with edema, with fluid. And I'd never, ever seen that before. And I remember before I fully cottoned on thinking, fucking hell, what is this COVID doing? It's doing that. And I've since found out. So I was taking them out the bag, draining the fluid off, taking these people out and washing them and dressing them, because that's what people should have been doing at the hospital. And they let these people down massively. And they had people standing on doorsteps clapping for them. It's fucking insane. Insane. I'm never going to stand on a doorstep and clap for the NHS ever. I know what they were doing. And I've been in a COVID ward and watched it happen, right? So these people, they were so bloated, they were filled up with fluid, and I couldn't understand why. And they, to the point where they'd be crying yellow tears out of every orifice, out of their ears and nose and mouth, and all bloated. And even though I'd be really gentle with them, pulling them across, you'd leave handprints in their arms because they're so full of edema. It's the remdesivir, because the remdesivir kills their kidneys, so their bodies can't process fluid. So they fill up with fluid and they drown, and there's your respiratory illness.
And so, is this what you were telling the public when you was making videos?
Yeah, 100%. I've been shouting for 4 years now. When I first started shouting, people all said that I was mad. And don't forget, it's a story that's unfolded as it's gone along. So up until kind of midway through 2020, I knew there wasn't really a COVID. And I because I wasn't dying, and there were no more numbers than normal, and they were faking the figures. This guy admitted to me they were faking the figures. Why were they doing that? I couldn't understand why. And then they rolled out the jabs. And before they rolled out the jabs, I kind of cottoned on what was going to happen. And I've openly said on my Facebook account, I said, wait till they roll the jabs out. You're going to see what they call another wave. And that's exactly what happened. The moment they put needles in people, they all started falling over and dying. And the death rate from January the 6th, they started vaccinating. And straight away it went through the roof. And it was all the age groups of the people they were vaccinating. So they started, didn't they, with the 70s and 80-year-old, the people that are most vulnerable, the ones that are going to die. And they did fucking die. They died because they were euthanized with these fucking toxic vaccines. And then as they went down the age groups and they did the 60s, it's only the most vulnerable. Oh, no, we're going to do the 60s. It's only the 60s. Oh, no, it's the 50s. No, the 40s. Well, if you're over 30, you should have it. And they kept moving the goalposts, didn't they? Well, as they did, and as they injected these people, it was that age group that was dying. It was undeniable. And don't forget, I've been doing this job for 18 years now. I know who should fucking die and in what number. I know it was these vaccines that have been killing people. And then roll on halfway through 2021, I'm finding all these unnatural blood clots inside them. So I know. So in September of 2021, I took a phone call, and it was from a guy called Mark Sexton. He's a retired police constable. And I'd been very vocal by then. I was warning people. I was pleading with people, please don't take them, because I'm seeing people that are dying. And they were all saying I was fucking mad and I was dangerous. And all my friends dropped me like a shitty stick. None of them believed me, because there was so much effort made, wasn't there? Boris Johnson was on the telly. And I've got people that work in sheet metal telling me I don't know who's dying when I'm putting people in coffins for a living. You know, when you're like, why would I do that? Why would I jeopardize my own fucking business, my successful business, to say that? Why would I do it? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I lie? Nobody could tell me why I would lie, but they all said I was fucking mad. So anyway, I took a phone call and I was invited to a meeting in Westminster at a place called Birdcage Walk in Westminster. Really swanky place. I sat at this table. I'm not kidding. It was about like that, solid oak, in this boardroom, great big boardroom, great big table, maybe 40 foot long. enough for like 20 people around it. And at this meeting, there were a number of people that I'd never met. I'd heard of a few of them. Was Professor Dolores Kale, Dr. Tess Laurie, Dr. Sukarit Bhakdi was there via a Zoom link at the end. Francis Hoare, the barrister, Dr. Sam White, Dr. Stephen Frost, Philip Hyland, the barrister, Anna de Bisseret, the lawyer, bless her, she's a lovely girl, and others were there. There was about 18 there in total. Some of them, 3 or 4 were there virtually, or 5, maybe even more, but about 18 in total. And the guy at the end, there was supposed to be 2 government ministers in attendance. One of them didn't come and was cited it was personal reasons, but the one that was in attendance was a guy called Sir Graham Brady. Now, Sir Graham, I wasn't that familiar with politics, and I was never down any kind of rabbit holes. And in fact, I've had many vaccines over the years. I went and had a pneumonia vaccine when they announced COVID because we were told it would kill us with pneumonia. So I went and got paid privately to have it, and my missus to protect us because we're handling the deceased. But this particular minister was Sir Graham Brady. Now, Sir Graham at the time was what's called the commissioner of something called the 1922 Committee. You can Google it, and it tells you all about him. But it's basically a group of men and women, senior politicians that sit in the shadows, and they hire and fire prime ministers. So they select prime ministerial candidates, and they then get rid of them when they think they've run their course. So he hired and fired Boris, Liz Truss, and Rishi Sunak. They hire and fire them all. And this guy, there's no one more senior than this guy. Now, we went round the table. Sir Graham was actually sitting there, and I sat next to him. I actually spoke first. I knew what I had to say, and I'd abbreviate it into like 5 minutes because you're told that time is of the essence. Ministerial time is really important. So I said what I needed to say, and I said that they'd faked a load of deaths, and the moment needles went in, I saw people dying, from the jabs. And then I listened as it went round the table, and I listened to the barristers and the professors and the people that were expert in their field, and I couldn't believe what I was listening to. They said how these people would die, what the mechanisms would be. They said about the cancers, and they said about the heart attacks and the clotting, and they went into real detail about how it was going to happen. And I kept looking at this Sir Graham Brady because I can multitask, and I'm a people person. I worked on the door 7 years. So his reaction to me was more telling than what they were saying, because I could tell he knew. He fucking knew. He was sat there ashen-faced, mortified, and we all went to this meeting thinking, at last someone's listening, And he went to report back. They knew. And he openly admitted it's way, way above my pay grade. I can't do anything to stop it.
This is also above my pay grade.
Yeah.
But I'll be very interested to see and hear what people are saying in the comments section, because a lot of people are very, very into this. I mean, was you considered a conspiracy theorist?
No. I went and got a vaccine, a pneumonia vaccine in, I'll tell you when it would have been. It would have been about January or February of 2020, because we were told that's how it was killing people, from pneumonia. And I didn't want to get pneumonia, so I went and paid privately to have it done. I didn't get a COVID vaccine because it wasn't available then, but I went and got a pneumonia vaccine that they only usually give to the elderly. And I did that to protect myself. I've had every jab there is.
And have people tried to silence your voice?
Yeah, so there's a number of ways. One was they tried to buy me first. So I took a call, an email, from a girl called Yvonne Myers, who said she was from RT News.
So can I just cut in there and just say, before you go on, just to give some context at home, because there'll be people that are very familiar with you, and there'll be people that won't be, because we always reach a different new audience every single week with every interview. So during lockdown, I would always see you in WhatsApp groups making videos, warning people of what you're seeing from your perspective.
Yeah.
So you was a familiar face certainly on my phone, and a lot of people I knew.
Yeah.
But I didn't see you on social media, so I'm just wondering, did they?
Because they shut me down as soon as I started saying anything about it, and it was very interesting because for me the journey, social media censorship wise, started on YouTube. So I had a YouTube account. I love history. I love YouTube because it's full of documentaries, biographies, history, and I would watch it late at night. Now I'm a night owl, and the reason for that is because I used to go and work pubs and clubs, so I'd get home 4 in the morning, half 4, I ping, I'm wide awake, I'm still buzzing, I'm watching documentaries. So I'm watching YouTube, and this is at a time when COVID had been rolled out, and I couldn't help but seeing the COVID posts because they were spamming everywhere. Get your jab, get your vaccine, get your vaccine. Have an Uber, have a pizza on us, you know, tickets for a raffle, anything to get people to have a jab, and the terrors of COVID. And I was seeing these posts, and I dipped into one, and I looked at it, and I thought, well, that's not what I'm seeing as a funeral director. And I said, you know, in honesty, I'm a funeral director. That's not what I'm seeing. And I left it there. And it lets you know when you get a like. So somebody liked it, then somebody else liked it, somebody else liked it. And there was a few comments. And then somebody said, you're not a funeral director. You're a keyboard activist. So then you reach a crossroads, don't you? You've got two ways that you can go. You can think this could be damaging from our business at a time when they're telling everyone who's dying of COVID. For me as a funeral director, suddenly say there is no COVID. That could be really damaging to me. Or you take a step back, don't you, and say, no, fuck it, I'll leave it there. Well, I said, well, actually, I am a funeral director. www.mkffs.co.uk, that's me. And within half an hour, they banned my saying I am a funeral director. And this is me. Picked up people that have died full of the 18 years I've been doing this job. What kind of guy would I be if I saw this and ignored it and thought, well, I'll wait for someone else to say something?
What about platforms like Facebook?
Gamer in my spare time. Love playing the games on there. And because they'd banned my face from, I know what they're, but it me on, because I can tell you now, you sit there and put fucking murder victims in coffins, and I don't know, but then, oh, mum's just had a heart attack at 32. You know, and if you've got a 3-year-old kid, so I went to the police station, Thames Valley funeral director. I run a funeral deaths of people in my. He spoke to his gaff and he's come back down. And we the police in Milton Keynes. And then he said, no, there's no one to see you, and sent us home. Care that clearly I've died from not natural causes. That's so as a funeral in the hospital, and I picked someone up and I got home and I roll. I have to raise those concerns. I have to do it by law. If I don't, our obligation as a decent fucking human being. Why would you not raise those concerns? Here are prepared to do. I was prepared to do it because